What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for another deadline day stream on Sorare, where we need to try and get our lineup sorted before 3 p.m. UK time. So we have 2 hours and 40 minutes, which technically sounds like a lot of time, right? But we know on these Friday streams that we can usually be struggling to get things done before the game week. So yeah, we've got a lot to do. We're gonna, even though we need to rush a little bit, we're gonna just try and I don't know. I'm gonna try and go at a decent pace. I feel like sometimes I go too quick, so we're gonna try and go at a decent pace today. I'll try to get a bit more involved in the chat as well. Hello to Oliver Lexar, and also to who we got in here actually. Hello also to Majestic Twitch Gaming. Thank you so much, Twitch Gaming, for posting those links as well. Guys, if you want to get involved in, if you're tuning in and you want to get involved in the games that we cover here today, you'll find all the relevant links in the chat from Twitch Gaming and the Nightbot. So use those links because you will be able to get some freebies, which will be really good to have to play the games that we cover, which are Sorare and Pooky. Apple22, hello to you, man. Guys, just a quick, I guess, like, because we're still in the live game week, right, on Sorare, game week 4:30. How's everyone done on it? Because I've had a shocker. It's not been a good game week for me. I didn't think it would be that great, and we were kind of hoping that it could be, we could maybe hit the threshold or something. We've just had a shocker. So nothing to report from me on the midweek at all, but I want to hear if anyone in the chat has won anything good. And if you have, this is your chance to gloat and to rub it in to all us guys that have done really bad. I've just read that Salahi will be out. Okay, says Majestic. Also, yeah, contract related. Oh, is it contract related, is it? So Salahi's not going to play, because I have heard that I think I've heard that they've offered him a new contract, but he's basically said no because he wants more money. And then they've basically said they're not going to do it. He doesn't want to extend. Okay, cool. So he's out then. That's okay in a way, because it's not okay because I have him in a lineup. So thank you guys, because I need to fix that now. But yeah, so it's kind of annoying. They need to get that sorted because he's quite a key player for them as well. A big key player. Falcon Scout posted it. Okay. Well, on that note, let's try and fix our lineups or just finalize them, right? So if we go and look at Play Sharper, hopefully it's also been updated here as well. If not, I'll probably take your word for it. Let's have a little look though. Yeah, look. So it has also been updated here. But yeah, Lyndon Zalahi is not playing. They've taken him out. And probably, here we go. Salahi out. Okay. It's not a biggie because we don't have Salahi in, we don't have him in our Cap 240 team, but we do have him in All-Star. So we kind of need to fix that now. Let's try and fix it now. Oliver Alexa, tier 4 and tier 5 limited. Salah and Haaland let me down. The tier 4, tier 5, I mean, this is going to sound really bad. It's kind of difficult to get excited about a tier 5. So I'd almost want to congratulate you on it. I mean, it's good that you're winning a card, right? But yeah, tier 4s and tier 5s, as we know at the moment, are quite a frustrating card to win because the prize pool is so big. And so you could get someone amazing, you could get someone completely poo, and then if you do, then you can't probably sell them because there's too many of those poo cards, and yeah, the values are so low. So I hope that you get somebody good from the cards that you've won. And even if you don't, actually, just congratulations for winning, because it's tough to win at the moment. So if you're able to win cards, then you're obviously doing the right thing, and you are winning consistently as well. Almost hit a rewards in the Prem Winter Special, but the lineup swap fucked me, says Jordan. You know what, Jordan? First of all, what an incredible game, right? So if you guys don't know, we're talking about the Luton Arsenal game. what an incredible game. And I was so gutted. We done a watch along for it as well, live on the stream. And I was so gutted that Luton threw it, not threw it away, right? I was going to say they threw it away. Technically they did, but actually they let it slip, right? They let the draw slip. Now, one of the things, I wonder if Jordan thinks the same here. One of the things that I've noticed with Luton, especially against the big boys, right, is that if it looks like they're going to get some kind of a result out of it, what I find with Luton is that they are getting less and less of the ball. So they're letting the opponent come at them more. They're dropping back and they're just inviting pressure and pressure, pressure. And when it was 3-3 against Arsenal, it's always going to be difficult because it's Arsenal, right? But they needed to try and keep the ball a bit more. And they started to just basically try and hold on to the lead from 80 minutes. I remember I said it on the stream. I said, this is a long time for them to try and hold on. And they kind of got punished for it. So I'd like to see Luton. I think they're doing really good. But I'd like to see Luton try to just not hold on and actually just try to get more of the ball. Because I think if Luton had not been conceding so much of the possession to Arsenal for too long, then they could have got something out of that. But they were just trying to hold on, in my opinion, for too long. I think they should start doing that around 85 minutes, right? They start to do it at 80 minutes, and it's too long inviting the pressure. But I know it's tough, so yeah. That's how we played all last season. I don't think it's a I don't think it's a recipe for success in Luton this season, though, in the Premier League. Like, I think it's okay if you want to try and hold on for like the last 5 minutes, but they're trying to hold on, in my opinion, for far too long. If you're trying to hold on for 10, 15 minutes against a team like Arsenal or Man City, Chelsea or Man United, like any team technically, eventually you're just going to get punished, right? And it was kind of the same thing with Liverpool. They started to just basically try and hold on for the last 10 minutes or so. And then they just let Liverpool come at them and score the last minute goal. So a bit annoying. But they're playing really well. But they just need to try and I think they'll be a bit disappointed because they've also kind of thrown away or let some really good results slip away from them. And at the end of the season, that could be the difference between them getting relegated or staying up, right? That if only they had just tried to control the game a little bit for a little bit longer or control part of the possession. I would rather win nothing than a tier 5 and tier 4, says Oliver Alexa. I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. There's a lot of discussion about that at the moment, and rightfully so. And Sorare do need to try and fix it. Because, yeah, we even talk about it on the stream that it doesn't matter if we don't win a tier 4 or a tier 5, or sometimes we've been talking about a tier 3, because we've seen tier 3s get really low. So we need to try and make it so that the rewards feel super valuable, that you don't want to miss out on them. But when you've got someone that's won 2 card rewards and they said they'd rather win nothing than a tier 4, tier 5, you know there's a little bit of a problem in the game. Free Tip Scout, quick note about Gladbach. Elvedi, Kivankara, Kone, Hack, and Voba are questionable for the game. Coach couldn't tell if they'll be fit in time because final training session took place after the press conference. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know about that, Twitch Gaming. We can't do anything, unfortunately, about it. I mean, I appreciate the information, but we don't have any energy now. We've got no energy, so we can't update our predictions. We're locked in. But thank you, though. Appreciate it, man. I still hope that Gladbach can get the job done. Afternoon, Free Tip Scout. Here's Connor. Hello to Connor. 132nd in 220 is frustrating during the monthly. Why is it frustrating during the monthly? 132nd in 220. What is that? Is that like a tier 3.5 or something? What you're getting something good for 132nd. Isn't 132nd? 132nd is what? It's a tier 3, isn't it? It is a tier 3. That's good. It's good, no? I wouldn't be disappointed. I think you're messing with me anyway. We've been very vocal about the fact we are better without the ball than we are with it. Edwards' press is at 1:30, so play sharper will be updated after that. So, guys, Jordan, who's in the chat right now, he does the Luton prediction, as in the team lineup prediction on Play Sharper. And he's a regular on the stream, so he's quite a nice guy just to kind of talk to about anything Luton related. And yeah, as you just mentioned there, I think he said at 1:30, so in about an hour's time, we're going to have an updated prediction for Luton in case anybody out there is actually also running with a Luton Town team, which probably there's not many. But it's quite nice that, Jordan's always on the case and he's always sort of jumping in the stream and telling us as well what's what. I think last week he actually he helped us out a lot because we had Marvelous Nakamba in the team, and then he kind of jumped in the stream just to let everybody know that Marvelous Nakamba was not going to play. So really appreciated. So yeah, guys, do go and give him a follow. You can follow him by going on to Play Sharper, and then you'll see it's Jordan here in the top right. Just click on it. In theory, I thought it'd bring up your Twitter. I'm trying to promote you here, Jordan. We're not bringing up the Twitter. I thought he had he does have a Twitter. I thought it'd be connected. It's not, unless it's just my browser. But yeah, maybe you can find Jordan97W on Twitter. But anyways, do say hello to him in the chat if you can. Hello also to Madder. Hello also to Donny VV and Nathabam. All good, just wanted to provide an update. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, Twitch Gaming. I massively appreciate that because you're not to know that I was out of energy, right? So, big time. Thank you for letting us know, man, about Gladback. And to be honest with you, that's just information that people in the chat can use as well, right? So, much appreciated, man. Just don't talk to me right after we lose. I'll slap you through the computer. Realistically, just before we move it on from Luton and Man City, realistically, guys, what are we saying for the scoreline for Luton versus Man City? It's going to be a bloodbath, isn't it? Is anybody not expecting it to be a bloodbath? Probably Jordan. Probably Jordan in the chat's going to say that Luton are going to win it 1-0. He's always flying the flag for Luton. That's what I like. He's a proper fan, a proper supporter, always backing the team no matter what. But when you look at the team, like, it looks okay. This is what makes me laugh. You kind of look at the team and you think, that's all right. It's, not bad. There's a few injuries, but, this is okay. It's not bad. And you kind of like on Play Sharp, you scroll down, you're like, oh dear. Oh dear. This is, I can't see this ending well for Luton, especially the way that Man City play. They're just going to play them off the park, aren't they? Probably probably the only positive for Luton is that the pitch kind of is a bit small. The stadium's a bit small, so it feels a bit crowded. But actually, to be honest with you, for Man City, that's not an issue because they are the masters at playing in tight spaces, right? So for me, if I was the manager of Luton, I would literally be looking at this game and saying, we need everybody basically back. And then we just counter them. We just try and counter them, like what they've done with Liverpool. It's actually kind of interesting because you can see here with the lineup that Jordan said at the moment, there won't be Colton Morris, there won't be Ogbene, because like they got dropped for the last game against Arsenal. So I actually understand that having Ogben and Colton Morris is probably overkill when you need to defend more and you need people that can control the midfield a bit more, even though they're not going to be able to control it. What is everybody? Oh, he's there, isn't he? He's there. Sorry, yeah. Ogben at right back. Yeah. Yeah. Which is a bit weird. He doesn't play as right back, but he's put in the team. Yeah. I'm always looking at it and I'm always thinking, where is he? Because like you expect him over here. But yeah. But Jordan does it differently where he puts him here, which technically is kind of right because then he's down the wing, but you expect him more in that position up there. Okay. The backline will change if Loic is fit and Nakamba. Hello also to Rude 3A. This weekend I am trying. Yeah, I didn't word that very well. 132nd this game week and 601st overall. Yeah, now I get it. Now I get why you're kind of annoyed, because 132nd in Cap 220, like for the midweek, is amazing, but Connor's not going to win anything because there's no weekly rewards, which is a little bit annoying. But 601st is good though for the month long. And then we're seeing here. This weekend, I'm trying a rare 240 with Youngdao as goalkeeper. 75 cap. Quite impossible, I'd say. Yeah. That looks tricky, man. Right. We need to address this, don't we? Because Lyndon Zalahi's not playing. So this is our cap 240. No, scratch that. This is our all-star rare team at the moment, and I like it. I think it's good. I don't think that it's necessarily going to win anything because we have a couple of tricky fixtures, but we need to take out Zalahi. We put Zaper there in the midfield slot, and then in the extra slot, okay, in the extra slot, we need to try and think about somebody that maybe can help us to a good score. Also, Steven, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you for all your support, because Steven's a regular on the channel. Just realized I don't have one of my chat screens up. Let me sort that now so I can keep in touch with the chat a bit better as well. Here we go. So thank you so much, Steven, man. How's it going, Steven? It is a rough game for Charleroi, yeah. Like, this is why I don't think that this team's going to win anything, because if I'm honest, I think that Kofi is going to concede 3 goals, isn't he? I'm pretty sure. I mean, he might not. He could have a storming game where he restricts them to like 1 or 2, and then his AA is incredible, which is kind of like what I'm secretly hoping for, because then they're not going to keep a clean sheet against USG. So, because I know they're not going to keep a clean sheet, I have to hope that he at least doesn't concede 3 goals. And then if he does concede 3 goals, can he at least make a load of saves to then counteract the minus points he's going to get? So, because I think that Coffee's going to do bad, I don't think that this team's going to win anything, unfortunately. And we don't have another goalkeeper. We do, but we don't have another goalkeeper that's a better option for All-Star. Charleroi lacks attacking power. They don't really lack. You're kind of right. You're kind of right. But what I would say to that is that Charleroi are just way better attacking than they are defending. So, and yeah, you're right. They're not even the best attacking really at the moment this season. But the attack doesn't worry me about this game. The defense worries me about this game, because I've watched a few of their games this season, and even though I think Kofi's great, some of the defenders in front of him do not look that convincing. And so I'm just a bit worried that, yeah, the defense is going to be all out of sorts, and then they're going to be going up against one of the best attacking teams, and it could just be crazy, couldn't it? Could just be really nasty. So, yeah, we're not expecting this team to score well, but we need to replace Salahi, and let's do that now. Right. I think I know what I'm going to do here. We're going to replace Salahi, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace Salahi with Anti-Airseg. Doesn't have a great game, but when I look at my other options here, for me, it's kind of either Anti-Airseg or Victor Edvardsen. And I don't want to play Victor Edvardsen here because he has an L15 of 39, which is, in my opinion, not optimal to play a player like that with such a low L15 that's perfect for Cap 220 to then play that player in All-Star, which is one of the reasons why you can see, if you look at the average scores for our players here, they're all quite high. they're all kind of like late 50s and then into the 50s, right? Because these players are too difficult almost to play in Cap 240 and 220. Whereas All Star, there's no cap restriction. So you almost just want to, if you can, try and put your higher costing players all together or squeeze them into an All Star. But it also depends on your priority, right? So yeah, Edvardson, no, but I think Airseg, who's got an L15 of 49, we can put him in here. I don't think he's going to score that good, and I don't really like running two forwards, but it's the best option we've got, I think, now. And Benza is out too. Kofi is a good goalkeeper, yeah. If you stick Kofi in a decent team, like a decent defensive team, then his scoring gets really good. You could also argue as well, though, that with Kofi in a bad team, it actually allows him to hit the high end quite a lot, because then when they do keep a clean sheet, he's usually got an AA of like 20, 30. So he might not have that if he was playing for a really strong, dominating defensive team. Colorado Rapids are negotiating with Zach Steffen. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That would be a good move for him, because let's be honest, he's wasting his time, isn't he? He's wasting his time in the UK. Like, he's just completely wasting his time, and his development's really stalled. So I think moving to the MLS would be a good move for him, and he could potentially be a starter for Colorado Rapids, I think, if he moved. My initial Cap 240 squad is now playing in Challenger Europe. Why have you moved it? Why have you moved them? Yeah, Colorado are bad. They had a bad season, but they're not that great either, yeah. Okay. Let's make the change there then. Right, so we're gonna check a couple of these players here just to double check that everything's okay. Are you, because you're over the cap, are you? Okay. Okay, fair enough. Right. Kofi? Yeah. Not expecting anything bad there from Kofi, as in, was expecting to start, but we are expecting a bad score from him. So Kofi's fine. Then what we need to do is we need to check, let's check the Croatia boys, and then we can check Pappy. I'm not going to check every team, because, yeah, like the limited teams, it just, I can't believe I'm saying this, it doesn't feel worth it for me to be checking a lot of my limited teams. So that is bad for me to say that, because you should really check every team. But with limited at the moment, I'm not as enthusiastic about limited as I used to be, for obvious reasons, right? And so I'd much rather just spend the focus on rare and then just try and help you guys, I think. So go back into Croatia here. Okay, Lokomotiva Zagreb. We should see Tucci. We do. That's good. And then we should also see Anti Airseg for Istra. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. And then we should also see, if we go to Hashtag again, sorry. Yeah. We need to go back to Hashtag, and there's Zaper at 95%. So our kind of players for All-Star are fine, I think. In theory they are, unless something happens that we've got no control of. And then the Gaziantep, we should see Pappy as well. We see Arda, and then, yeah, Ogden is at 45%. Okay, cool. So, yeah, we're going to give the captaincy to Zaper. You know what I haven't done? I haven't put my all-star team into the lineup builder. So let's do that now. I'm quite interested to see how much it's going to score. Mignolet, Mechele, Vanaken, Onyedika, sorry, and Thiago. Good team. Very good team. You'd expect that team to get a good card reward, wouldn't you, in Challenger? Might be tempting fate here, but I picked a limited Mason Greenwood for my La Liga. Oh, boo. Steven, I can't be celebrating that, my man. I can't. Even as a Man United fan, I can't celebrate that, man. I can't. Like, I'm each to their own, right? I'm just one of those individuals where I wouldn't touch players that have just done shit things in life, like Zuma I would never pick a card up of Zuma, and never pick a card up of Mason Greenwood. I wouldn't pick up a card of who else are we talking about here? Yeah, I can't think of his name actually, but you guys get the point. He's doing good, isn't he, Mason Greenwood? But I can't even, yeah, consider such low life individuals for me personally. I won't put money in their pocket. Technically, it's not money in their pocket, but I won't, yeah, I won't promote those types of individuals. But you know what? Each to their own, right? That's just for me. I don't want to be preachy or anything, but yeah, like, so, you know, for others that they might not have taken such a strong stance in it, right? So I hope that it does work out for you this weekend. But there's also a big part of me that doesn't want it to work out because of the fact it's Mason Greenwood and he's an absolute scumbag. Adam Johnson, yeah, that I say deal. I was actually thinking of the MLS though. Was it Dennis Undav? I think it was Dennis Undav, wasn't it? Dennis Undav, who, yeah, I think it was Dennis Undav who kind of got in trouble for like being like racially abusing Jeremy Ebobisse over in the MLS. And like, yeah, once I heard that, I was like, well, I actually used to like Dennis Undav, but if you're gonna be doing that sort of stuff, then I've got no time for you, basically. Was it Dante Vanazir? Yeah, Dante Vanazir. Sorry, not Dennis Undav. Yeah, sorry to Dennis Undav for incorrectly labeling you a racist. Yeah. They both came from Union. That's the thing. With Dennis Undav and Dante Vanazir, I honestly, I don't know what it is, right? I think they also look a kind of a little bit similar. I so often will mix the two up. It's bizarre. You know, I can't see, even though when I get corrected like that, I'm sure there'll be a point in the future where I'll then get them wrong again. And I'll be like, yeah, are we talking about Vanzir? And then I'll actually be thinking about Undav. And it's like just a brain freeze with those two players. But yeah, I need to remember that because Undav's German, right? Undav's German and Vans is Belgium. And so yeah, I need to remember it's the Belgian guy, not the German guy. Who was the racist? Right, should we put this team in? Our cap, or not our cap 240, our all-star. Right, Hervey Kofi. I'm just quite interested to see like how much it would score, but I don't think it's going to score that good. Pappy, then Zappa, and then Tucci, and then Airseg. Yeah, look, 56, and then with the captaincy on Zappa, it has a score of 58. Now, if you are new on the channel, I don't place a lot of stock in this really. So just because it says 58, it doesn't mean, in my opinion, that that's not going to do good. And often I'll just kind of ignore that. But like once I've put the team together in Sorare, I like to, just out of curiosity, see how the lineup tool would rate it. Because I think it's quite a fun thing to have as a comparison. So that technically doesn't score that good. I probably agree that I don't think it's going to score that good, but let's see if it can surprise us, right? So that's that team there. Undav decided to play for Germany this week. Really cool. That is cool, yeah. That's really cool. Free Tip Scout, have you seen Benedict Gimba being back? Got a decisive last week. They have a home game this weekend. OGs will know. It's funny you say that because look, excuse me, look who is in my Bundesliga specialist team as the captain. Gimba for captain. There you go. We're going hard on Gimba this week. We're going to hope that Gimba, because if you don't know, guys, I'm a big fan of Gimba. He's been one of those players that, you know, has been a little bit frustrating because he's actually quite decent. And then when I was talking about him, he wasn't doing that great. But I really know he's quite good. And then he got a move from Regensburg, who were playing in the two Bundesliga. He got a move to Heidenheim, and then he hasn't really been starting for Heidenheim this season. And it's been literally the last 3 or 4 games or so. He's basically got a place in the starting 11 now. He's been doing good. He's been doing good. So yeah, I kind of fancy him a little bit. This is the type of game that I think Gimba could get really stuck in, because Heidenheim will feel that they can beat Darmstadt, but Darmstadt will feel that this is a game that they should be able to get something out of. So I'm expecting both defenses to be busy. And Gimba is like a no-nonsense type player, and he reads the game really well. He's very aggressive when he plays football. He often picks up lots of yellow cards, but at the moment, it looks like the backroom staff at Heidenheim have kind of told him about that, because he's not getting a yellow card every game, and he tends to get a yellow card every game. Well, he was doing that in the two Bundesliga. They probably said to him that they can't afford to have a player that gets a yellow card every game and potentially gets sent off, because obviously that would just kill their chances to stay up, right? So maybe he's been working on it. But yeah, it's quite nice that he's not getting as many yellow cards. He is also getting fouled a lot. Anyways, he's great. It's so funny that you talked about Gimba, because yeah, there he is there. Yeah. Great minds think alike, right? Twitch Gaming. We're going to come back to that team later. Let's just check out let's fix the cap 220. Okay. Bochum away at Hoffenheim could be hard, though, and I need Kramaric and Prommel to do well. Yeah. I'm not that confident about the rest of the team, though. You probably saw I had Gregoritsch in there. I don't really feel that confident about Gregoritsch, even because it's against Wolfsburg away, and we know that Wolfsburg at home are quite difficult. So I put him in there just because it's Gregoritsch, right? And he's in such good form. Who knows? Maybe they get a goal and he gets a decisive, and then if he does, his AA is pretty good. But yeah, it's a bit of a punty team this week, I think, the Bundesliga specialist. So maybe Gimmer does amazing, but then like the rest of our team could just do terrible, and then that really good score from Gimmer could be wasted, actually. Right. We have 51. We have 51 to spend in cap 220. This is turning out to be a real throwaway team now. Our two Rijeka boys are not playing. We're using everybody else here. What we could do, and what we'll probably do, is we'll probably play João Figueiredo in here. Yeah, we will. We'll play João in here, because it's only cap 220, so this is the month-long competition. This is the super cap. And look how I'm doing super, because I don't think it's super at all. And if this team doesn't do great, it really doesn't matter. And I would really like it. I'm not kidding. I would really like it if Sorare in the future can address this type of competition, and how players approach it, how managers like me approach it, that they make the competition feel like something worth winning, and they make it feel like it's really special, and that I don't want to miss out on playing my best players in it, as in I should play my best players in here. Unfortunately, the way that the prize pool is for this competition just makes me think it's not worth my time, and it's not worth wasting my best players in it. And I really would like Sorare to change that, because I would love it if you get these month-longs and you're thinking, oh, wow, this is so good that for like 1 month, I'm going to dedicate like my best players into that competition, because it's just so damn good. I don't want to miss out on winning like the rewards in there, right? And it is just not the case in the month-long Cap 220. It's not. And it needs to be that. So I think they know my feedback, and also some of the feedback they've had from other managers. And I'm hoping that in the future they can make the prize pool, they can make the competition feel much more worthwhile. Because at the moment, you can see here, I'll be honest with you, right? This is a team that's not going to do good. And if anything, this is like a throwaway team for me because I'm just trying to put all my crappy players in here that I don't think have a good fixture or are just not in good form. And I'm just hoping that they surprise me. Um, Whereas actually, what I'd like to do, if I was motivated enough to do it, is I'd like to actually put the all-star team or my Cap 240 team in here and have a proper good go at winning something significant. But until they fix the prize pool and they make the prize pools way more attractive for these month-longs, I will just continue to treat it like a throwaway competition. And I think it's a shame. I don't even feel good like saying that, and I don't even feel good thinking that, but I can't think any other way. I have to think with the players that I've got, what's a better way to invest my team into a competition than the Cap 220, and there are like more better, significantly more better. I'm not excited for our game tomorrow, but I'm really excited about Paris Brunner being in the squad. Hope he gets some minutes. He'll be the next big thing in the future. Really? Paris Brunner. I'll be honest with you, I'm not that familiar with him. So that's a name for me to go and check out this weekend. You got a decent score in it though, didn't yeah, midweek. I did, yeah. I got an okay score in it. Yeah, so like my score in the midweek was okay. The problem with it, Similike, is that it's probably a good score, and this is what annoys me a little bit about the month-long Cap 220, okay? So just hear me out on this, right? This is an okay score. This is actually a really good score for Cap 220, 321 points. If there were weekly rewards, I would win probably a tier 5, maybe a tier 4, right? So for the midweek, this is pretty good. 321 points though for the month long is not really that good. And so this is unlikely to be one of my top 4 scores for the month long. At the moment, we're on course to win a tier 4, which is going to be like a £1, £2 card. So yay. And yeah, it's kind of annoying in the midweek because I would have almost preferred to have to have this score give me some kind of a card award or something rather than, because this is a good score for the midweek, rather than this score not really contributing towards anything for the month long. So yeah, a little bit frustrating. I know. If I'd had Pochettino in there, this team would have been really heavy hitting, and then it would have hit probably a score of around 370, 380, and then that might have actually been quite a good score to have for the month long, right? And it's annoying because, like, what I do when I play Lucero is I always play Pochettino, right? But Pochettino, because he's not been in the starting lineup for like the last 2 or 3 games, I was like, well, I don't want to put Pochettino in there just to then get sub points, right? To get points of 25. So we left him out. We put him in here, and he obviously got a score of 75. And then we tried to target a starter, right, of Will Hughes. And you can see that we tried to be smart. We tried to be safe. And often what happens in Sorare is that when you try and be safe and you try and be smart about it, it can actually backfire. And you actually should have just been like, yeah, let's just put the stack in there, even though the player was not expected to start. So pretty annoying that we didn't want to get this score, which is why we put Will Hughes in. And then we ended up getting the score. So it's like, typical. Absolutely typical. Yeah, we did get kicked in the balls in that one. 16 years old and was named player of the tournament in the Under-17 World Cup recently. Wow. Okay. So he's definitely got my attention now, Paris Brunner. Thank you for that, Twitch Gaming. We'll have to check him out. We will check him out. Got number 1 in Cap 220 limited last week. Don't think I'll win anything in the month long. Prioritized the wrong comp, I guess. If you came first in the Cap 220 limited last week, then you should be able to get something from the month long. because that one score that you got from finishing first will count towards one of your 4 top scores for the month long. And if you finish first, you should have got a really good score. So I think you'll be okay. You know what's annoying, but at the same time good for the competition? Not having clubs like PSG, Nice, Marseille, League One, amateurs yet. What's happened to that? Do you remember when everybody could play amateurs and they released the French League amateur into the game, and everyone was like, "Where's the clubs?" Because there was half the clubs missing, and then kind of Sorare said, you know, like, "Don't worry, in the coming weeks we're going to be releasing more clubs, and then it'll be fine." That was like 2 months ago, and I said at the time, didn't I? Be careful, because often when Sorare say a few weeks, it means a few months, right? It doesn't usually mean a few weeks. So it's interesting that they've not. Mate, I don't know what's going on there. Like, maybe is it too difficult for them to get the license? Is it too expensive? Don't know what's going on there to try and get some of those clubs back on in the game, like PSG, for example. But yeah, it's also quite good for you guys that are playing the amateurs that you're not competing against the PSG boys. So when PSG basically smash like a mad score, then it's not counting in the League One amateur because there's no cards to draw for it. So it's pretty cool in that sense, right? You can't be far away from a tier 3. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, Rude, you've got to be on course to get something good at the moment. They say it in a while and then hope we forget. I know they do. They hope we have a memory of a goldfish, which is actually, I think it's a bit of a myth, isn't it? Memory of a goldfish, because they don't have such short memories. Actually, goldfish. I like how it is because you can't just put Mbappe in and win. You actually need to do some good scouting. Yeah, you do. I kind of like it too. It's quite refreshing when you've got like a big team like PSG that would absolutely just dominate a lot of the time from the high scoring. You now need to try and find the low key players that can score really high in a game week in the French League One amateur. Need a good few game weeks from the Capture 20 team, but I won't be fussed if I don't win anything. See, isn't it? That's not the. It's such a shame to hear that, Timbo. It really is. It's such a shame. But I also get it. Have you seen PSV Eindhoven's record? They've won all of their 15 games so far with only 6 goals conceded, plus 46 goal difference. That's insane. I knew that they were doing good. I didn't know they were doing that good, though. That is incredible, isn't it? I still, honestly, I can't get over, when we were looking on the stream, I can't get over that Bayer Leverkusen are 24 games undefeated in all competitions. 24 games. I think that is incredible for Bayer Leverkusen. That's gotta be their record. I can't remember Bayer Leverkusen ever going in their history that long. And I could be wrong. Maybe they have done it before, but in recent memory, I can't remember a Bayer Leverkusen team going 24 games undefeated, which would be really interesting this weekend if Stuttgart are able to beat them. And we had a lot of time talking about that game on Pooky yesterday, and it could be the sort of game that they lose. It could be, because that record of 24 games undefeated, that's at some point that has to end, right? That can't go on forever. And so it's just a case of thinking, what is the potential game that could end it? And it would be interesting if Stuttgart can beat it or beat them this weekend. Hello also to Ligma. Thank you so much, Ligma, for the sub, man. Thank you for the tier 1 and the 13 months, buddy. Always appreciate it, Ligma. So there you go. You get a heart from me back as well, man. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Yeah, Stuttgart will win 2-1. I'm kind of, when we looked at it yesterday on Pooky, I wanted to put 2-1 in, but the 2-1 was paying so low. And maybe I should have just done it, right? Because I kind of fancy that scoreline just as a bit different. It could be the sort of game that they lose 2-1. But it was paid so bad. It like had a base point of 190, which was bizarre. I thought it would be a much higher base point than that. They said that about Arsenal. They did. That was freaky though, wasn't it? That was really freaky. I mean, incredible, but it's so unusual for a team to do that. When do we actually think, this is an interesting one. Are we ever, surely we will, when do you think we're next going to see another invincible team in the Premier League? Because the Premier League is such a different landscape now to what it was when what was it, 2003, 2004, when Arsenal got the Invincibles title. Do we think we're going to see another team that can go undefeated for the whole season in the Premier League, the way that the Premier League is now? I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can. I actually thought that Man City would be the team that would be able to do it. But even Man City, you know, they're losing now. They lost against Aston Villa, didn't they? 1-0 against Aston Villa. That is so shocking that Man City were not able to score against Aston Villa because they score in every game. So at the moment, I can't see another team doing it, which makes the achievement of Arsenal so bloody impressive. The league is so competitive now, isn't it? Like, the teams are so, like, you're not even talking about the top 5 or top 6. You're basically talking about the likes of Brighton, Aston Villa. You're talking about, what else are we talking about here? Brighton, Aston Villa are the obvious ones. West Ham, on their day, West Ham can beat anybody. They really can. I think it's just too competitive now for a team to be able to do it. But never say never, right? Yeah. Incredible from Villa. Absolutely incredible. I've predicted 2-1 for Aston Villa, to be fair. Aston Villa at home this season is the hardest you can play. I probably agree with you on that. They look solid, don't they? Especially after 1-0 win against Man City. Talk about a message that you send to the rest of the league, right? That you beat the champions 1-0 at home. You're then basically saying to every other team, come on then, like, bring it. See what you can do. See what you can do at our fortress at Villa Park. Hate to say it, but Villa are off the scale at the moment at home right now. Yeah, they really are. They really are. What was, some of you guys might remember it, but we were using a website called datamb.football. I'll bring it up again. This one here. We were using this website, I think it was last week or the week before, and we were kind of looking at the different teams, right? In fact, we were doing it to scout for the Premier League Winter Special. And when we were doing it, we were looking at Aston Villa. And I remember saying on the stream that Aston Villa, their XG and the amount of goals they've scored was basically better than Liverpool, but it wasn't quite as good as Man City, but it was very close to Man City. So Aston Villa, attacking wise, have been statistically so far this season one of the strongest teams, and defensively as well. When you look at them, they're also doing pretty good. So they're getting it spot on, Aston Villa. They really are. I actually kind of wish that I had an Aston Villa stack, to be honest with you, for Sorare, because I just think it's such a good team to have. They offer such good scoring. They have really good players that I think even if they left Aston Villa, you'd still be able to get good use out of them and good scoring. And they give you good utility. Just such a good team to have. Hello, bro. Finally unbanned. Welcome back in. And glad to see that your ban has been lifted now. Maguire is player of the month, but we don't talk about that. Pretty nuts, actually. Yeah, they did. They did come together for that one. Football betting will all come down to style of play. Man City and Liverpool set themselves up to get max points and not stay undefeated, and they were 10 times better than the Arsenal's Invincibles. Yeah. You raised a good point there, actually, to be fair. Football betting. Hello also to Sorare Argentina. Oh, wow. I don't think we've ever seen Sorare Argentina in here. Or if we have, then I'm sorry. I must have missed you, man. So hello to Sorare Argentina. Really cool. If you guys have any Argentina queries or anything to do with the Argentinian league or Argentinian players, then Sorare Argentina is your man. So do check him out, both on Twitch and on Twitter. But I think he's very active on Twitter. You can check him out there. Yeah, don't get banned again. So yeah, don't play by the rules, Shyla. All right, we go back here. Sorry. So we need to fix our cap 220. I think that Figueiredo is not going to play or not going to start. So this isn't actually great. But I think we also need to do it. I mean, technically we could play Sandy Walsh here, but I don't think I want to play Sandy Walsh. Maybe we need to check it now. Maybe we need to check it. Right. Where we at? Here we go. Yeah, so Figueiredo's not expected to start. He's at 50-50. So he could start, or he could basically be on the bench there. It's quite a good game for him, though. They have a good win percentage. They have a good XG for that game. Let's leave him in. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work, right? It's cap 220 at the end of the day. We will leave Advancing in, and we'll leave Sander van der Streek in. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Cap 240. This is a team that is this is our main team for the weekend. And I sent a little tweet out about this morning, just before we went live. We are squeezing every single point out of the cap here. There's not a single point left. So we are fully using the 240 points to put this team out. And I'm hoping that this team can hit us threshold. It's not usually the team that we play in All-Star. It's actually it's very different. In fact, it's completely different. In fact, every single player that we have in this team is a different player from what we played last week. Let me show you the threshold team that I had last week, so you can see the difference. Actually, we go to game week 429. Okay, this was my team for threshold last weekend. Right, it hit 358 points, so it absolutely smashed it. We have Hervey Kofi, Pappy, Luke Browers, Zaper, Tucci. Right, that was the team that done it, and most of these players are in my threshold team pretty much all the time. Browers is usually Zaper, Tucci, Pappy, Hervey Kofi. We kind of rotate, right? You can now see how this is significantly different from the team that we're proposing this week, where we have Ali Varul in goal. We've got Richie Delete in defense. Then we've got Kadri in midfield, Bokat in defense again, who's the captain. And then we've also got Augustin Biaki. It's completely different. So I'm hoping that it can do the job. What do you guys reckon? When we've really squeezed everything out of this team from the cap, and hopefully it's not in vain, we're going to need to check it now. I think everyone should be fine. The only slight worry is whether Richie starts or not. But he's got kind of a high projection. He's projected at 70%. So I think we're gonna try and just take the risk with him. It's not a good game for him, but you can see he was at 70%, and then it will be Owen Vindal here at 20%. And then, yeah, Sam Vines at 10%. He's not going to play Sam Vines. Owen Vindal has not been playing that good, even though I think he's a really good player. And this is such a difficult game that I think that they do need their best players to play, which is why I think I'm going to go Richie here. And I kind of read some of the comments, and this guy here, Sorare Grass, he actually does believe that Richie's going to play, and I think I do too. So, yeah, we kind of need to play him anyway, really, because he kind of enables this team. We don't actually have enough other defenders at a cost of 42 or below. The only other one that we've got is Sandy Walsh, and I'm not playing Sandy Walsh in here. Even if he is a sure starter, I'm not playing Sandy Walsh against Bruges. No way. Absolutely not. So I think I'll I'll take the I will take the risk here with with Richie. Vines actually needs to leave. He does, doesn't he? He's a young player and he's not getting played. He needs to be loaned out. Big time. Big time. Right, let's check the team here. So we've got Richie. Then Ali Varul should play as well. In goal. Yeah, no changes there or anything. Okay, then we need to check Kadri, Bokat, and then Biaki. So if we go and we check Kadri now, not expecting to see any DMPs here at all. Okay, there's Kadri. Wow, I couldn't see him initially. So Kadri's there. And then we check Bokat. Bokat's got quite a good game. There he is, Bokat. Great. And then last but not least, we need to check Biaki. And yeah, Biaki should be playing as well. So there we go. Biaki at 90%. Yeah, they won't. They won't. FTS, should I prioritize All-Star over Challenger? What's your team? What is the team that you're considering for Challenger? Because I'd like to know that first, I think, before giving you an answer. So yeah, what do we reckon, guys? Is that going to hit threshold or is that going to miss threshold? We'll also put this team into the lineup builder as well. We'll compare it to our team from All-Star. So Cap 240, like that. And then let's put Ali Varul in. Then we're going to put Eric Bokat in. Bokat has a D rating. Oh, because his cost efficiency is not very good. Okay. Then Kadri. Then Biaki. And then also we've got, where's he at? Where's he? Oh, there he is, Richie. Here we go, Richie. Oh, wow. So it has a score of 59, and then with Bokat as the captain, it goes up to 61. So it's only marginally better than our all-star team based on the algorithm score. It's okay. Roth, Pepe, Coombs, Stroikers, and then Pepe. Who's that? Nicholas Pepe as the forward. It's in Challenger for now, but I'm undecided. Let's have a little look. Because often when I decide where I'm going, especially if I'm weighing up whether to go in like an all-star comp or like a regional, like a challenger, that the matches that are being played will determine like a big part about what I decide. So what are the matches that are happening in challenger this weekend? There's a lot of them, right? Okay. Not too bothered about the Super League ones. Celtic Kilmarnock's not good. Sturm Graz against Cash Point's not good for Cash Point. So basically, when you're trying to work it out, you almost need to look at what the other games are happening and then just try and see if there are like too many big hitting games or too many mismatched games, right? That's actually okay. The Jupiler Pro League. There's only 7 games happening in the Eredivisie, and you can see here that there's no PSV. There's also no Feyenoord, which is really good, actually. I think I'd be throwing that into Challenger, you know? Yeah, I think I'd be throwing it into Challenger because it doesn't look like there is a lot of big mismatches here. So then, like, look at Porto. It's a good game for Porto. Yeah, I think I'd be going into Challenger. Yeah, I'd be going into Challenger. All good, Lima. Let me know how you get on, please, at the end of the game week. Cap 270. Okay. This is a throwaway team. So we can put Sandy Walsh in here now. And then who do we captain? I don't think it really matters, actually. Let's captain Sandy Walsh. This is a pure throwaway team. We are just literally trying to scrape as many rare coins as we can. So 270 is done, 240, 220, all-star. Our red teams are done. Guys, our under-23 team. This is our under-23 team for the weekend. You guys all voted for it yesterday. So you voted for who you want in there and who you want as the captain. We have been unable, surprise, surprise, we've been unable to sell Killian Corridor. We can't sell him. I can't sell anyone. I'm kind of getting a little bit sick of saying that, if I'm honest with you. Even though I did sell Morales the other week, which took a long time, but I was able to do it. Yeah. We don't have him as the lowest price on the market, but I think even if we did, we'd still struggle to sell him. And we don't want to have him as the lowest price on the market because we have 5% as XP. I'm not going to go lower than a 0%. The plan was to try and sell Killian Corridor and then to go out and buy a different forward that had a game this game week. But we can't do that because Killian Corridor is not sold. So, yeah. Guys, we tried. Who knows? We might sell Killian Corridor before the game week. And then if we do, we can then maybe try and squeeze in some scouting to then look at an under 23 forward we can go and buy for our under 23 community team. And we can then put in here instead of Zan, because Zan is not part of our under 23 team, but we literally have no other players from our under 23 squad. So I've loaned Zan to the under 23 team for this weekend, just so that we don't have a team with a DMP player in there. But it's not a good fixture for him, of course, and we don't really want to play him, but we have to play him. Yeah, because we haven't sold Killian Corridor. And I think that this is one of the things that is wrangling the fun out of the game, if I'm honest with you. For a lot of people, new and experienced managers, is that it's the inability to sell the cards when you need to, right? Like here, we could sell Killian Corridor to a bot, and then the bot would buy him, and then we'd have to take a massive loss on the card. And I get what Sorare are trying to do, because they're trying to make the game so that people aren't just dumping their cards onto the market and flooding the market, right? Even though technically Sorare flooded the market with the supply, they're trying to discourage selling, and they're trying to encourage collecting and just holding onto your cards, right? But there are certain situations where you need to be able to put up a player for sale, and you need the market to be in a healthy enough position that you can then realistically have a good chance of selling that player or getting some offers. And this is the classic example here where we're not getting any offers for a player. And to be fair, he's not even been playing that good. He doesn't have a game. So I kind of get it, but it's just a little bit frustrating because I think that this is not just an isolated incident, right? You can look at countless different players and the situation's the same. Secondary markets really, and if we're being honest with it, it's too difficult, and it shouldn't be the way it is, in my opinion, at all. It really shouldn't be. Getting choke offers here. Got a decent lineup for under 23 cards, bar a goalkeeper. Got to try and get a goalkeeper then, no? Oh, unless you're saying that the goalkeeper's just got a poor game. Been trying to flog some rares all morning. How have you been getting on, Rude? Are you actually selling any? Because the rares themselves are dive bombing. The rares are dive bombing. And that's not a good sign, really. Does anybody know, anybody in the chat, does anybody know of any DMPs here or any issues at all with this team? Because like, there's nothing we can really do with this team anyway, to be fair. So we kind of just have to hope that everyone here is going to play. I don't know if I should play Kramaric or Vind. Be honest, Vind. I would play Kramaric, actually. Just because I don't trust Wolfsburg. Because Wolfsburg are playing away, aren't they? Do you know why that is, Scout? Do I know why? What is actually? What was the question? Allison looks good, but I don't know if he'll be good enough for tomorrow. We have to check that with the medical department. And Allison himself, of course, Klopp said, okay. Oh, Rare's going down. There's a whole load of reasons why they're going down, but essentially it comes down to like two things. Sorare have minted too many cards of all scarcities, to be honest with you, but especially in limited and rare. They've minted too many cards versus the number of active users in the game. That's essentially what it comes down to. Yeah. And so it's just supply and demand. It's essentially what it is, right? And even when the cards are going down, and even when the values are dropping, Sorare won't stop minting the cards because they need to keep minting them to keep making money. So even though they can see that the asset or the values of players are just like that, they will continue to mint. And so in an ideal world, if Sorare were not reliant on minting cards to make money, they would probably be seeing that trend of the cards, right? And they'd be saying, okay, stop minting. Like stop supplying an oversupplied market, right? That's in an ideal world, you'd see it and you'd say, okay, stop it and let's just try and get it to a point where it's stable, right? And it's not, there's little peaks and spikes and stuff. There's little downturns, but it's not like that, right? But they have to keep minting. They have to keep adding to the supply because their business model is purely reliant on selling cards, right? And this is the big problem at the moment, is that this is something that they're looking at right now. They're looking at what can they do, and they mentioned it in an update about how they can make the game sustainable and how they can continue to still operate their existing business model. Because their existing business model is fine if you're going to continue to just mint cards, right, every day, but it only works if you can bring in users at a quicker rate than what you're minting the cards. And if you can't do that, then all that's going to happen is that the prices are just going to struggle, the values of cards are going to struggle. And what that actually does, and this is something which I think is really important, is that nobody wants to lose money, right? And when anybody loses money, it's a horrible feeling, right? Nobody wants to lose money. Nobody wants to see things going down financially. Like if you have a stake in something, right? And so when you do see that, and if you're a user in the game, there'll be some users that won't mind too much, especially if they haven't put a lot of money into the game, or maybe they just put money into the game and they're just playing the game for fun, right? But there's a lot of users as well that have invested a lot into Sorare to help the game get to where it is today. And a lot of them feel a little bit hard done by because you've helped the company grow, yet there isn't really a system or like a process in place to basically make it so that the card values are not just decreasing. So you're basically not just like throwing bad money at worse money, right? Or good money at bad money, basically. So that's essentially what it is. It's supply and demand. Yeah. And there's another thing for it as well that is something that I talked about loads of times on the stream. That when the prices of cards go down and they get driven down to a certain level, right? Let's say, for example, that a rare card of a goalkeeper gets to like £100, right? And it's a starting rare goalkeeper. That rare goalkeeper should should be able to get to a high level. But what will actually happen is that a lot of there's almost like a normalization. There's like a normalization and and a customization that everybody gets used to that price level, then that range of a player. So then it's very difficult for that player to go higher again, to go real high, because then he's considered too expensive, right? Because everybody gets used to the player at around £100. So the longer that the cards stay lower, the more difficult it is for them to go up as well. Because then managers just don't see the value in buying them at whatever price they could get to, because they've just been selling for so low at, say, X price, which is really low down. Um, I'm gonna buy, I think, very soon. Are you gonna buy what in rare? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's such a great time to be investing though in rare. So on the one hand, we're kind of talking about the cards just going down, but the great side of that, the positive, is that yeah, it's such a good opportunity for like users to try and take the step up, right? Because yeah, the barriers to entry have been lowered to do so, like significantly. Problem is, the best time to get new players is the start of the season, and Sorare were shocking at pushing the game. Yeah, I mean, the supply and the demand has been one thing, but you can also argue as well that it's holistic, right? So when we're talking about that Sorare minting lots of cards, right? That's actually probably fine. It's probably fine, the number that Sorare minting, right? But then the issue is, how do you attract the users into the game? And there's been lots of criticism that they've maybe not done enough, or they've maybe not done the right things to attract the users that they need into the game. But here's the other kicker, and this is something that doesn't get talked about enough, right? What's the churn rate? What's the churn rate in Sorare? Because it's all very well talking about we need to bring new users into the game, right? I hear this all the time, and it is true that the game needs to try and bring in and needs to try and appeal to more and more users, right? But that's only that's only one side of the coin. Because you could attract 1 million users into the game, 1 million new users, right? But if 999,000 of them then decide once they're in the game that it's crap, they're not enjoying it, they're losing money, the rewards aren't worth winning, they don't know what's going on comms wise, they can't plan for the game, there's too many things that are too frustrating, they don't find it fun, and they just leave, then attracting 1 million to then have, say, one person stay in the game, a completely like extreme example, right? But retention of the users is so important. And I think that's been another part, that it's not just been that the new users haven't necessarily been coming into the game. It's that when you get them into the game, how do you keep them in the game? How do you keep them spending in the game? And I think that the churn rate in Sorare is probably too high, far too high. And we're even seeing, unfortunately, some users that have been playing for a while that have been leaving the game because they're becoming disillusioned with what's going on, right? So, and this, we talk about it here with the Cap 220, the month long, right? I know we're getting a bit off topic, but it's kind of a good discussion as well. This is a classic example of what I'm talking about. You have a month-long competition like this, the prize pool is not that special at all. And so people that you've attracted into the game that are trying to stick with it are then seeing stuff like this and they're thinking, what's the fucking point? I mean, like, why am I sticking around to win a 50p card or a £1 card or a £2 card? Why are there not bigger, better prizes in here? Why are there not a bigger range of better prizes, you know? Cash rewards in there, maybe some match tickets and stuff like that as well, just like extra stuff to make it super special. So it's just a whole mix of things, really. It's the rewards, it's like attracting people, marketing the game, making the game simple and easy to understand, communicating properly to your users as well, engaging your users as often as you can, like keeping the market stable and keeping it at a place where it's accessible for people to play the game and to move up, right? Whilst actually still giving people the opportunity to get decent returns on what they invest in the game. There's just so much to it. It's quite a Rubik's cube, isn't it, Sorare? I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, those are my thoughts just dumped on everyone. We do talk about it a lot, and I think it is worth talking about. I really do. So what do you guys think has been the issue or the big problem that's been holding Sorare back from achieving its potential, which we know it has huge amounts of, right? What do you guys think is the big reason for it, or the different reasons why Sorare has not quite hit the high that we all hope it can? Because I'll be honest with you, you know, when I started the game 2 years ago, I thought 2 years ago that the game would be in a much better position in terms of its visibility and its mass market take up. I thought the game would be much more well known, much bigger than what it is. And yeah, I know why, but I want to hear everybody's thoughts in the chat. So what do you reckon, guys? What's the reason why Sorare's been struggling to achieve its potential? Are you saving your threshold winnings to go super rare? I will be from the new year, yeah. I will be. Yeah, I need to get another rare goalkeeper. And then once I've done that, then any of my threshold winnings can be saved up to say put towards a super rare. What's everyone's it was a question to everyone, really. I'm gonna shut up for now for a minute. I kind of wanted to get just the community's thoughts on the question that I asked about Sorare in general. Like, why do you think it's not uh reached the level of success or growth that maybe it should have? Official Salahi won't renew with Rijeka. Yeah, we kind of we mentioned that earlier. Thank you though, Ligma. I think it's getting there just slower than we all expected. Yeah, it is. They've actually made a lot of really good progress with the game, haven't they, Sorare, to be honest with you? And with how they've been communicating stuff. Just thought that they would be in a much better position than where they are right now. And they're actually in a good position, but I thought it would have just exploded a lot more and quicker. That's my plan. Rare 240 in Jan, then build for super rare in Cap 240. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? I mean, like it's almost one of my New Year's resolutions, Sopsy, where I'm just like, okay, new year, new goal. The plan is to try and get into super rare, to start banking as much of the threshold as we can in new year to kind of achieve that goal in the new year. I think the company should pause a bit the incomes for selling players and restore a bit of the market, says Twisted Fortune. I mean, less bids and less prices that don't make sense, like the famous tier 4 and tier 5. Yeah. They need to find a solution to the tier 4s and tier 5s. Probably the tier 3s are fine. But yeah, at the moment, with the prices as they are, it's laughable, isn't it? Some of the tier 5s and the tier 4s. It's laughable to have them for basically every competition. There shouldn't be for every competition. It's something that I've talked about myself, where I genuinely believe the tier 4s and tier 5s, right? I'm gonna mention it again. All star, right? Would it be limited, rare, super rare, whatever? All star is the flagship poster competition, as in this is the pinnacle competing in All Star in Sorare. This is the pinnacle competition. This should be the competition to try and aspire to do really well in, right? This is the one that everybody should try and win, or try and have a dream of winning. Now, the top end in All Star is good. There's lots of stars in there. And then you kind of got this quite a few tier 1s, which is good. What the fuck are 50p, 40p cards doing in your flagship competition? Like, what's that about? Do they really need to be now tier 5s in a flagship competition? Because how can it be flagship when you have tier 5s in there? I think that there should be a higher minimum in there. And I get why Sorare have kind of done it like that, because they want to make it so that it's nice and simple, so that in every competition, you know, there's a tier 5 and it goes up the way to like tier 1 or star. Luca Ragnar. Wow. Luca Ragnar, my friend. Thank you so much, man, for the sub. We're going to give a big shout out to Luca Ragnar. We can. See if we can do it. Ah, my stream is playing up. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Let's give a shout out to Luca Ragnar here. Where are we at? Oh, it's typical, isn't it? It's taking me too long. Shout out to Luca Ragnar. My stream deck always lets me down at the vital moment there. Luca Ragnar 90. I think we've got it right. There we go. There's Luca Ragnar, guys. So go check out his stream. Go check out his channel. Also, hello to Parapet and welcome to everyone that's jumped in from Luca Ragnar's channel. I wanna just read a few more of the comments and then yeah, just give some of my extra thoughts on it. So Twitch gaming, I can only speak for German people, but a lot of people in the age Sorare is trying to attract are very skeptical with crypto stuff and Web3 games because they associate with NFTs only. We've had a few scandals with very big influencers promoting scam NFTs. Very hard to show them Sorare isn't the same. Yeah, part of it is the education, isn't it? Around why NFTs aren't just inherently all bad. The NFT as a technology is actually pretty good, but NFTs have become associated now with scams too often because of scammy, crappy projects that have just popped up and then disappeared just as quickly as they've arrived. Whereas obviously Sorare is not like that, but it's so difficult, and I agree with Twitch gaming, it can be so difficult to try and convince people that it's not that. And actually, to be fair, Sorare have been doing a really good job of trying to like distance the game from being considered a Web3 game. The Cash Wallet is a great example of that, where they're just almost trying to say that it's not a game, an NFT game. It's not a Web3 game, even though it is, right? But they're not even using terms like Web3 and NFT. They're not using these terms anymore. They used to use them a lot 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And obviously that whole scene got really muddied and it got a really bad rep. So they've adapted with the times, which is good. And they don't use those terms anymore. And they've been trying to make the game that anybody can play it. And you don't even need to know that it's a Web3 game running on a blockchain, right? Even the word blockchain. You never hear Sorare talking about the blockchain. You never see it in any of their communications anymore. It's so cool. But you're right. There's still a lot of users that immediately kind of judge Sorare that it's something to do with NFTs, so it can't be good. And that's a difficult one for them to try and overcome, because some of those users will be so fixated with that opinion that eventually, once there's more uptake and the whole scene of Web3 and Web3 gaming gets a much better rep, then eventually they'll come on board. But it's such a difficult one to try and convince people. Football betting says, and hold on a minute. Also, thank you, Parapuff, for the follow. Welcome to the channel from Luca Ragnar. Football betting says, I was expecting a bigger advertising push before the European League started in the summer. I think people overestimate the mass market appeal. I also think Sorare ran before it could walk in getting big licenses in, but I understood why they did it. They need to ditch lesser licenses when they run out. Yeah. So that's a good point for football betting, because what Sorare done, it was almost a race, right? So Sorare needed to try and be the first company that secured the licenses for pretty much all the big leagues around the world. If they didn't do that, then they would lose the chance to have that exclusivity, right? And then you leave the door open for your competitors to then get the licenses that you so desperately want, which then means that your position as the market leader in this type of niche is gone, right? And then you give your competition more of a chance to take the market share from you. So they absolutely, you're right, they had to do it. But in doing that, in basically running out and trying to secure those licenses, and they spent a lot of time, more time and more focus on doing that than they did actually developing the game and making the game fun. They're now doing the catch up for that, but a lot of the damage is still kind of done from that, right? People have left. A lot of the damage is still in the game because they're now trying to look at it and think, how can we kind of make the game as good as what it should be? So really good point for me, man. Football betting. People should be able to sell the players in a healthier market so they can be hyped and aim to buy the rares and level up. Says Twisted Fortune. And then hello also to Luca Ragnar. I know I said hello anyway, but I've just seen your message now in the chat. Basically, the cards in FIFA Ultimate Team are NFTs too. They're just not on a blockchain. They're on servers from EA. And while FIFA PAX is officially declared as gambling, in some countries, you know what you get for your money. On Sorare, you can always sell. Yeah. Essentially, with the packs or the cards in FIFA Ultimate Team, if they were on the blockchain, then they'd be NFTs, right? But they're not. So they're not. But that's the big difference, right? Is that you're essentially buying packs on FIFA, but you're just renting them. You're just renting them, aren't you? Because they're just sitting on a server. You don't actually own them. That server and that game, when it ends, they just disappear. And on Sorare, of course, you own them forever. So even if Sorare ended up disappearing overnight, you'd still own the cards, right? And they'd probably, to be honest with you, they'd probably go crazy in valuation if Sorare went down, because they'd be kind of like a collectible item in many ways. But yeah, another good point, man. Yeah, and that's something that eventually a lot of the FIFA players are going to clock onto. But we also need Sorare to kind of prove, because the thing with Sorare as well is that it needs to be fun, right? It needs to be fun to play, and I think it is fun to play, but it needs to be more fun to play, and it needs to be fun so that just a casual gamer can come on and just play it for hours and hours and hours and just not take their head out of their phone and just not think about anything. It needs to be that kind of like where it hooks you. And I don't think it is that at the moment. It's more like a game where if you're really into planning and kind of researching, and if you just love trying to strategize, right? Do things for strategy, then it's great. But it's not a game you play, is it, Sorare? It's a game that you plan, and then the game plays out. It's not a game that you really play. There probably needs to be more of a more gamification to Sorare than what it is right now. And some of that as well, you can kind of see from the lobby designs and the club shop, for example. The club shop, I mean, Don't get me started on the club shop. We were having quite a big discussion in this feedback group that I'm in, which is with Sorare, like Momo and Dan. So it's like a group of some content creators and just kind of some managers out there that have been in the game for a while that Sorare can kind of bounce ideas off before they launch them into the game. And then also they can just ask these guys what is the reaction, or what would be the sentiment if they were to do what they're proposing in the community, right? So it's kind of like a great place for them to get some early thoughts on things that they are thinking about. And yeah, we were talking yesterday in the group. We were talking yesterday about the club shop, and you guys know I'm kind of quite straight talking, and I don't bullshit. I haven't got time for it. And so I basically was in the chat saying like, what's going on with it? I literally asked them. I said, what's going on? Because I I actually said it's like a morgue, the club shop. Where is it? I said this is like a morgue. You mean there's nothing to be excited about here? It's dead, and we know it's improving. We know they're working on it, but this has been live for like 11 months, for example, nearly a year, and it stayed exactly like this for a year. And that's a lot of the frustration as well, is that there's a lot of good stuff coming, but when is it coming and why is it taking so long? Like, why are the card prices still just basically all over the shop after 4 years still? And we keep hearing that there's going to be things going to be done to that, but it really needs to now be things done to get a proper handle on the supply demand in the game. So yeah, I'm waffling a little bit, but yeah, I wanted to keep you guys up to date on it. If they eventually got rights to share live games or highlights of games, if you own collections, that could be a big move. I agree. Yeah. It'd be so cool if you could stream and watch either highlights or the actual games live on the platform. That'd be so good. So interactive and engaging. They at least added raffles for Jersey, and the tickets are less coins than the Jersey was, but as far as I understood, your coins are burned if you won't win the raffle. Yeah, so we also talked about that in the feedback group yesterday, and as I was kind of saying, and again, guys, I actually said in the chat, I can't bring it up because it would be it wouldn't be right to bring up the full chat, right? But somebody asked in the chat, the feedback group yesterday, they said, like, how does it work with the raffle? Do you get your coins returned if you don't win, or do your coins just get taken if irregardless, right? Either way. And they confirmed it that at the moment, and they said at the moment, so it's not like set in stone. They said at the moment they are still working at the details, but they want it to be a system where you pay the coins to get in the raffle. The coins that you pay are going to be a very low amount. They didn't talk about how low the coins are going to be, the amount. But it basically said you pay a very low amount to be in the raffle. And then if you don't win, you don't get your coins refunded, right? And I kind of said, well, first of all, I don't like that. You guys know I don't really like that. Because at the moment, it kind of seems to me that the reason why they're making the change to the new system is because the current system is so frustrating from a user experience point of view, right? It's not really a case that people are kind of spending their coins and they're not getting anything. They're just not actually able to get their hands on it because it just sells out so quickly. And so I kind of said, well, look, if you do it like that, then if it's a really low amount, fine. But my big problem, my real big problem with the system that they've proposed, right, is that at the moment, right, and I'm not kidding you, right, this is an issue. We're talking about a new system that can help you to get merchandise in the game, right? So when they do a drop, you will be in a raffle and it will help you it can help people to get merchandise, right? Because you have to be in it, and it's going to be a more fair way, rather than a frustrating way, to just get your hands on it, right? My big issue with this, though, with the system that they proposed, is that if you say that, let's say, for example, it's going to cost you 1,000 Sorare coins, right, to enter the raffle. I don't know how much it's going to cost, but for this example, let's say it's going to be 1,000 Sorare coins, right? If you say you have to pay 1,000 Sorare coins to get into the raffle, right? But you don't win anything if you don't get the if you don't win the merchandise, you don't get your 1,000 Sorare coins back. Okay, that's fine. But what's going to happen is that, let's say you go into the raffle again and again and again, and you've gone into the raffle like 10 times or whatever, and so you spent 10,000 Sorare coins, you've not won anything, you've not won the merchandise. If the club shop is still in this current state, right, and the only way for you to get your hands on the merchandise is to basically gamble them away for a chance of winning it, and if you don't win, you lose your Sorare coins, people are going to get frustrated. People, I know for myself personally, if there is nothing else here as an alternative for me to spend my Sorare coins on that I really want, and I'm just wasting Sorare coins for this crappy gamble raffle, that's not good. That's not fun. You need to have, this needs to be in a better state to give managers a better alternative to spend their Sorare coins on. Because otherwise, what it looks like is that, and it's probably not the case, right? But then what it starts to look like is that you're not fixing the club shop, but then you're just taking Sorare coins from users for no reason. Get the club shop in a good condition, put some good stuff in here so that maybe if I don't want to spend 1,000 Sorare coins each time for a chance of winning something, I've actually got some stuff in here that I can put towards spending my Sorare coins. But rather than just wasting them, it's fine, but the club shop needs to be in a better position. So I asked them yesterday, I said, what's going on? Because it's all very well that we're talking about this new raffle system, which is great, but we need this. We need this to be in a better position, right? And it needs to be in a better position with this system that they're proposing, where you can potentially just spend all your Sorare coins and get nothing. Because if that happens to someone, where they've say if they have a balance of 20,000, they spend 20,000 Sorare coins to try and get their hands on merchandise, but you don't offer any merchandise or anything else in the club shop normally, and people are going to be pissed because they're like, well, I've wasted 20k on nothing, and you've offered me no alternative to buy, to spend my Sorare coins properly in the club shop. So it's got to be, they've got to get this up to standard. It's good that they're doing the raffle, but they've got to get this up to standard, and they've got to do it soon, because this has been basically like this for a year, nearly a year. Couldn't even find the club shop just now. Never buy anything there. There's nothing to buy. There's legitimately nothing to buy. Like, it's just, we talk about it a lot. I know they're working on it, but they need to hurry up. They need to hurry up. I know I sound like I'm being harsh. They need to hurry up. Like, get the club shop sorted. It's taking too long. It should never have been like this for a year. Like, these things here, these were supposed to have been removed, right? These are AI generated, okay? Sorare didn't even design these. These were AI generated, okay? I can't remember what the website was that done it, but someone on Twitter exposed it, that these are AI generated. So Sorare didn't even design them, right? So me and you could put these up in 2 minutes, right? They're AI generated. And then when it was exposed and everyone said this is really crap because these got added in, funny enough, into the Sorare club shop, people are like, this is rubbish. Like, we want better stuff to buy. They're like, you're right. We're going to design these better. We're going to make the banners better, the badges better, and we're going to do that in a few months, right? So within a few months, you won't have these and you'll have some better stuff. That was 6 months ago. That was 6 months ago. And these are still in the shop. So what happened there? What is happening there, you know? Anyways, Hello to Beast as well. You saw Salahi's starter prediction on Play Shop is 0%. Yeah, we've seen it. Thank you. We actually need to. We're not a lineup building. We are just spending a lot of time talking, which is kind of cool, right? But we also need to lineup build now and just finalize our lineup. So let's have a little look at this one on Play Sharper. I mean, don't let me just talk about it though, guys. If you've got thoughts on the club shop or the raffle, drop them in the chat because I always want to hear different perspectives and different opinions, right? Okay. That hasn't really changed at all. Okay, gotta go. See you, ciao. Thank you so much, Parapar. Really appreciate it. Just get at least a hat in there, says Beast. I know. How can there not even be hats in there? I mean, like to mass produce hats, right? To mass produce a Sorare hat, you could do that so easily, right? And if we're being really crude about it, you could outsource it to like a factory in China that just mass produces like clothing items, right? And then you just send them your Sorare logo, and then they can just print it on the hat, and you can just mass produce them, and then they're available for Sorare coins, right? There's so much we could do. Technically, everybody that's streaming or that's doing content should basically have a cap, should have something, some kind of Sorare merchandise, right? Because then that's just additional advertising for you. Not even just content creators, right? Just people in general should have the ability now where they can wear some merchandise, maybe a hoodie, maybe a shirt. They should have been able to have one by now. Imagine you walk down the street or you're going shopping for food, right? And you saw someone with a Sorare hat on, or you saw someone with a Sorare hoodie on. You'd be like, that guy gets it. He knows what it's about. If you didn't, if you just start to see loads of people bowling around, like bowling around the town or whatnot, with Sorare hat this and Sorare hoodie this, eventually, if you didn't know Sorare, you'd be like, why is everyone wearing Sorare branded stuff? Like, what is this Sorare? And then you'd actually take the time to like then Google it, check out what this Sorare is, and then that in itself could be another sign up. And then if you times that by the hundreds of the thousands that are doing it, it's basically free marketing for the game, isn't it? And then you kind of fix the demand problem in the game, because then out of everyone that's then decided to look into Sorare, quite a few of them will actually be interested in it and they'll sign up to it. I would insta start talking to him. Can you imagine if you're just like you're in the grocery aisle picking up some potatoes or some veg, and then someone across from you is picking up some vegetables or some fruit, and you kind of see he's got a Sorare hoodie on, just like say, "Oh, how did your teams get on this weekend?" Right? If I see someone with a Sorare hoodie on, he'd be naked, and the hoodie would be mine. I'm so glad that I read the last of that, because initially I was like, he'd be naked? Why would he be naked? So I get it. Yeah. It's like the Sorare version of a full kit wanker. What's funny as well is that Sorare, who remembers when they were doing the marketing? Let's just quickly bring it up, right? Sorare Global Cup. Okay. Right. Go on to images here. Okay. Where's the ads for it? So this was one of them, right? But I kind of want to find. They had some quite lifestyle type ads for it. Can't actually find it now. All I can see are just the cards here, right? Can't really find it. but the marketing that they done for it was making it look like almost like a fashion or like a design label, which was kind of cool. And so I actually thought when they're doing the Global Cup that they were going to be producing lots of really cool apparel, basically apparel, Sorare apparel at the same time, because they've got the direction that they take with their marketing gives you that impression that it's almost like a lifestyle brand. Um, but yeah, they didn't produce it. So and it hasn't come into the shop. Have a friend that still plays FIFA Ultimate Team trying to get him into Sorare, but as soon as he reads something about crypto, he was done because he got burned by some Bitcoin scam. That's a bit tough though, isn't it? Because if you've been burnt, it's really difficult then to rebuild that trust, right? So I kind of get it. Like he has to be cautious, doesn't he? Just a shame though that then every other good project out there like Sorare is then tarnished with the same brush, right? That, oh, it's crypto, so it must be shit because I had an experience with crypto and that was shit. When actually, not every crypto shit, right? But yeah, again, you don't even need the crypto, do you? Okay, let's roll with that. This is a throwaway. That's definitely a throwaway. This is really horrible that we have to play. We have to play a DMP goalkeeper here. Not great. What's going on with Tascaran? Maybe people still think you need it. Yeah, some people will do, definitely. I think that Sorare are doing a lot though, to communicate that you don't need it, right? I think that, to be honest with you, I think people that have been burnt with crypto, even if Sorare were like, you don't need to know any crypto at all, they're still going to have that barrier, right? That defense that they just almost put off it, even if it's very like uncrypto. Okay, Taskrand's at 20% then. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's fine. There's not much we can do there anyway. Bundesliga specialist here. Want to check this actually? There's Anton Schleck. Right. Bochum. Lineups for Bochum. Masovic, Ryman, Stogar, Hoffman. Okay. And then for here, we should have Gregorich in here. We do. And then for Heidenheim, we should have Gimber, and we do. Okay. So that is actually, in principle, pretty good. Hmm. I know that Kelleher is not nailed on because I think it was Sopsy who was saying in the chat that maybe Allison's going to be back. He might be back tomorrow if he feels up for it. I think we're going to roll with Kelleher though. I'm running around with two rare goalkeepers not playing since 2 months, and I don't want to sell them low before they make a move and they play. That really hurts, and I don't have enough for a new rare goalkeeper. Oh, I think I'm going to sneeze. Oh, okay, I think it's passed. Don't want to buy one putting in new money. No, I don't blame you either, to be honest with you. Like, I need a rare goalkeeper myself, but I'm not putting any more new money into the game. I'm not. I need to basically try and save up my threshold winnings to afford the new goalkeeper. No, I don't think Renault is an option. Not really. He is, but he's not really. Um, we've also not been able to sell Nicolas Lopez, so we don't have an opportunity to bring in a new forward for our Cap 240 guys, unfortunately. I think we're good. Honestly, I think we're good. I mean, we could keep checking this, but I think we're fine with it. We need to fix our academy team, and then I think we're good to go, guys, honestly. Let's put someone in here for the academy. Where we at? Let's put Salahi in here like that. Like the main teams for me are the rare, so I'm pretty happy with the rare teams. They're fine. Second div, we've already done that. I think that's fine. We're quite chilled this week, and to be honest with you, some of that comes down to the fact that it's just so freaking difficult to win in limited at the moment that I almost can't be. I'm not too bothered about checking my limited teams. The main thing was the rare, and then just see what happens with the limiteds, right? We could spend 5 hours doing it and still probably end up winning a 50p card, or we could spend 5 minutes doing it and get the same outcome. So I think we're good. Right. Let me quickly get a drink. And then when I come back, we're going to start doing for the last 50 minutes, we're going to do some free Tit Scout Fun coupons for everyone. So don't go anywhere. I can help you with find the players, pick my lineups, all that sort of stuff in a few minutes. So stick around and I'll see you in 2 minutes, guys. Right, guys, we're back again. Will WC seen the news on Salahi? Yeah, thank you. We have, yeah. But thank you for posting it in the chat anyway. Really appreciate that. A little bit annoying because that needs to be resolved, right? As in he doesn't want to sign your contract. So if they're not going to play him, then it means that I actually have a player that I can't use anymore until probably the new year, when hopefully he then gets sold and then he joins a new club. So a little bit annoying because he's actually been amazing for us and he's been helping us to threshold. But yeah, now we've kind of got a player that we have to sit on for a while and we won't have a lot of utility from. Yeah. Right. I'm pretty much happy with my lineups. Let me just do one last check here. There's 43 minutes until the game week starts. We haven't missed anything. Yeah. Captive 70s. I mean, so many of our limited lineups this week, guys, are so punty. I'm not expecting anything from them, if I'm honest with you. Like, we just don't have enough strength in limited, which is kind of fine, because now we're putting all our strength into rare. So most of our game week focus now comes down to hitting the threshold. If we don't hit the threshold, it's pretty much whatever happens in limited. We could hit like a tier 2 or a tier 1 in limited. It wouldn't really feel that significant because our big focus is just trying to improve in rare and then move up into super rare. So that threshold is really important to us now to do that. Yeah, I think we are good. Let me just check my academy teams, and then we're going to start to help you guys on the stream with some free Tit Scout Fun coupons as well. Let's have a little look here. Okay. No, that's fine. I actually haven't done Sorare Mega this week because I just can't be asked. But if you do want to do Sorare Mega, then there's time to do it still. What would be the bottom for a rare goalkeeper starter in Euros? Probably 150 Euros, something like that. Well, depends, really. Brad Guzan, who we were talking about yesterday, who I don't really suggest or recommend, I think he's like 80 or 90 Euros at the moment. So he's less than 100. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, good. All right, cool. Let's do some free Tit Scout Fun coupons for everyone. Just trying to help you guys out before the game week starts. Sellers is selling an Emiliano Viviano rare. He would accept 150 Euros, really. That's interesting. Is the Turkish league the only challenger league playing over Christmas? No, it's not. No. The leagues that are playing over the Christmas period are the Turkish league, the Belgian Pro League, the English Championship, the Scottish Premiership. There's also another one I've forgotten about. Yeah, it's not just the Turkish league. Okay. So I'm just opening up some of the coupons now so you guys can use them if you want. Cool. Great. Right, because we're good on Sorare as well for the time being. Well, I was going to say we can move over to Pooky. We don't need to do anything on Pooky. Like, we can't do anything on Pooky. We've already done our predictions for the game week and we don't have any energy. So we literally can't do anything else. If you do want to get involved in Pooky for this weekend, you still can. There are Pooky balls available to pick up. And you also get a free Pooky ball when you use the link in the chat. So do use that link because it will help you. FIFA's redeemed a Pick My lineup. So let's do that for FIFA as well. Cap 240 rare upcoming weekend. What's your name again, please, FIFA? That's it, Plevler. Plevler. That's the one. Why are you called Plevler? Like, what's the what's the reason behind that? Bit of an unusual name. Right, Cap 240 rare. Okay. Sort of initials of my name. Okay, fair enough, man. Yeah, cool. I quite like it. It's quite different, actually. And for once, it's actually a name that I can pronounce on the stream. So it's win-win. Right. So, Plevler, or as we know him in the channel, is called SCF08, which is basically FIFA. He's requested that we do a Pick My lineup. So he would like to see what lineup we would pick with his players for Cap 240 rare. So we're going to do that now. Okay. Who's he got to work with? He's got Marcus Colke, and then he's also got Carlo. Ooh, that's a difficult game for Carlo, isn't it? That's a really difficult game, I think. He had a bit of a shocker in the last game too. I don't like that he's going up against Servette. I don't like Consigli. Funny enough, who's actually appealing to me here is Marcus Colke. Yeah, I like Marcus Colke. It's a difficult game for him, but I think for the threshold, I would probably trust him more with a home game against Schalke than I would with Consigli for Sassuolo. They don't keep enough clean sheets, Sassuolo. They literally don't keep clean sheets. So I would probably do Marcus Colke here. Like that. You've got a load of good players here. Oh, you do have Doosan, though. Wow. Doosan's 55. Now, the funny thing is that I really like Doosan, so I think he's great for threshold, and that makes me want to put him in here. But then if I was going to put him in, I'd probably want to stack him, right? With the goalkeeper. This is a decent fixture for Venancio, no? Really decent fixture for him. He's not been starting a lot, but if he's projected to start, that could be a good one. Don't know why it's showing it like that. What, the L15s? Yeah, I've noticed that sometimes the L15s here are going to be different because it's based off the home and away. So I have a preference here to show home away adjusted. Yeah. I always have it set on that. It's quite a good fixture for Venancio. Home game against Andorra. Good win percentage, good clean sheet. I wouldn't go for this one at all. For Gonzalez Perez, even though I think he's good. I don't like that game. God, he's an L15 of 32. Is he really? Not a big fan of this guy, but that's actually quite interesting that he has an L15 of 32. I really want to put Doosan in though, because Doosan, you can. Well, technically, what we could do, let's do it like this, right? We could put Doosan in, and there's the extra. We could put Venancio in there with an L15 of what? 20. He's got a cost of 29, right? And then who have you got as a midfielder? We've got Kaneko. Oh, Kaneko's really good. And he's got such a good fixture as well, Kaneko. Samu Size is good, but he's got a horrible fixture. Who else you got? Okay. Charles Pickle, Stoichkov. Kaneko's fixture's so good. Look at how he's been performing as well. It's insane, isn't it? It's got to be Kaneko. Has to be. Home game against Slaven. And then you've got 57. Play Sharper updated for Luton, guys. So if you were interested who's going to be the possible lineup for Luton against Man City, then check it out on Play Sharper. Because, yeah, Jordan's now updated it. Oh, Mamadou Fowles in here. I don't quite like that game, but I like him as a player. Ooh, Diver. Ah, man, we can't afford Diver. And he's in incredible form at the moment, Diver. We're one short of him. Look. Home game against Medellин's not good, but the great thing with him is his AA is so good for threshold. We need to put him in. We need to put him in. But then it means we need to find one. Probably we have to take Deucin out. I actually quite like how this team is shaping up, but the problem is that we're 1 point over the cap. I'm not putting Consigli in. He won't keep a clean sheet away, and he just scores terrible. I want to keep Kaneko in. I think Venancio is a really good enabler here. And then, yeah, we need to take Deucin out. We need to take Deucin out. Then we need to find another defender with a cost of 54. I mean, I said I don't want to play him, and I really don't, but he's actually a great player for... Thing is, it's the last game of the season. I don't trust it for the last game of the season. You know what I mean? Like, why would they play everyone in the last game of the season? Ah, I can see why you requested this pick my lineup. It's such a shame that we can't fit Deucin in here. Okay, and we put Pires in there like that. Let's do that then. That's what I would do. I would do that. If it's not last game of the season, then that's fine. I'd do that. And then we put Kaneko as the captain. So that's what I would do. I would go Consigli. No, you don't want to go Consigli. You don't. I'm telling you now, you don't want to go Consigli. You don't want to go Consigli because with Consigli, he's not going to keep a clean sheet, right? And he basically, in my opinion, he doesn't score well enough for threshold, which technically, when you look at it here, he kind of does, but no, I wouldn't look at Consigli here at all. I wouldn't. I mean, you could, if you put Consigli in, then it would allow you to play Deucin, but I think that I would just prefer to have Kolke here with a home game against Schalke, and then Gonzalez Pires in there, to be honest with you. If we took these two out, so if we put, like, say, Consigli in here as the goalkeeper, because this game has the potential, Consigli's game has the potential to get crazy, like really crazy, I think. And then if we put then where's he at? Deucin in there, then it's okay, still, right? So you could do that too. For me personally, I just know from having followed Sassuolo, I wouldn't pick them defensively at all. I wouldn't pick them. I would pick Kolke instead. not an easy game for them. In fact, it's a little bit tricky, but Marcus Kolke, what he could end up doing is he could end up hitting a big score like this here. And I think that even if he doesn't, he could give you a score like this, 47. I don't think that they're going to concede 3 goals against Schalke at home. I'd be surprised if they did. So yeah, I would do Kolke instead, like that, and then take Dusan out, and then put Gonzalo Pires in. Yeah, the Sassuolo as a defensive team, you just want to avoid their defenders, their goalkeepers, and you want to look at their midfielders and attackers. But defensively, it's like suicide to look at Sassuolo defensively. I mean, they're like not a team that's known defensively. So I would do that. I would do something like that. Was that similar or was that different? Like, what's the team that you're thinking of for Capsule 40 FIFA? Yeah, it was FIFA. It was SCF in the chat who done the pick my lineup. It's got some good players as well. Really good players, good fixture. This Venancio with an L15 of 29 is so good because it acts as a cheat code for FIFA this week by then enabling him to have such a strong team like that you would not be able to put together if it wasn't for him. What was the team? What was the team that you were thinking of? I picked an Ibar stack mostly. Kolke, Venancio, Akatexi, Stoichkov, and Zanimaxia. I really wanted Kaneko in there, but Phil's stack could be good. I feel like you have to have Kaneko in there, right? I also get why you were going hard on Ibar, because their fixture is really good, but Kaneko with a home game against Rudesh, who are the worst team, the worst team in the Croatian league, and in the form he's in at the moment, you've got to have Kaneko in there, because it would be no surprise if he actually ended up doing that again. Look, 2 scores and 92. And then prior to that, 77, 70. Oh, he's going to do good here. He's going to do good, I think. Yeah. With, I mean, who would pick, just a quick question to the chat, really. Who would pick it different? Who would pick, say, instead of Kolke, who would pick Letica or Consigli in there? Because, you know, technically you could say, you could take Kolke out, you could put now Letica in there, who's got a home game against Servet, but I don't think that's a good game for him, to be honest with you. I don't think any of your 3 goalkeepers really have a great game. So it's just trying to find like the lesser evil, isn't it? Like, I don't think any of them are going to keep a clean sheet, if I'm honest with you. No, I would do Kolke. Sopsy would do Kolke. Sam would do Kolke. Fuentes, Kaneko, Saicedo, Venancio for me, says Sam. Pretty much the same, isn't it? Pretty similar to what we've done. Apart from Fuentes would be in there instead. It's not a bad shout. And then Rude would do Consigli, really. Okay. Yes, Servet's just, they're too strong. And even though I don't think that they will smash Lazun, I don't trust that. So yeah, for me, it would be Kolke. I like the high end that Kolke gives as well. Where's he gone? Yeah, Kolke would be the one for me, I think. Yeah, that is true, though. The Bundesliga 2 does have a lot of goals in it. That's the only worry, is that it's a high scoring league, right? Whereas the Serie A is also kind of high scoring, but not as much to the same level as the Bundesliga 2. However, when you look at the games that Sassuolo are involved in, literally every single game they're involved in is over 2.5. And Sassuolo's games can get over 2.5 too crazy. Like, they can end up being involved in 4-3s that they win, or 5-4s, right? They're that type of team. So that's why I would just never look at Consigli unless it was like a last resort. I would always pick, in this instance, a Kolke or even the Luzon goalkeeper, Latika. So, yeah, I hope that helps you. Let us know, FIFA, if you don't mind. Can you let us know what the actual team is that you enter? So once you enter it and it's doing a game week for you, can you let us know at the end of the game week what was the team that you entered and how it done, whether it hits threshold for you or not? Because I'd be very keen to hear if your team is similar or like this, whether it actually hits it or not. And good luck. Good luck to you as well, because I like your chance. I mean, you'll hit the threshold. You should hit the threshold. I don't want to jinx it, but with the players you've got, you'd like to think how can you not hit the threshold? The players and the fixtures you've got there alone. So yeah, good luck, man. Good luck. Yeah, I'm actually quite curious how that one does as well. I'd love to see if it does hit it or not. I think it will though. I think it will hit it quite convincingly. Do we have any good DMPs for Cap 220? I don't know because we unfortunately didn't stream this Wednesday, so I haven't done any scouting on it. But probably some guys in the chat know. When is the game week starting for Ultimate Champions in 1 hour? Okay. Let's claim our rewards here. So 50 of that, 130 from this one. Okay. And then 2 cards from the leagues and 75 from that one. Let's do it. We get Trey Hume and Niall Huggins. Okay, not bad. You've convinced me to swap Kaneko in over Stojkovic. So it'll be Kolke, Benasio, Akatexi, Kaneko, and Zanimakia. Cool. Very cool. You didn't fancy Daiba? I mean, his game is quite hard, to be fair. Daiba Soisido's game is quite difficult. Neighbor has also redeemed the Pick My lineup, so we'll do that for you as well now. Uh, 240 limited. I'm poor. All right, we'll try and make you rich at the end of the game week then. All right. You can't fit him in because of the cap. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. Let's do a final play here for Neighbor. I think Neighbor's got the same name, isn't he? So it's N. Where's he at? N8. There we go. With his little beaver. I'm getting used to seeing his little beaver now from Neighbor. The neighbor beaver. This is so cool. I love this little face, this little image. It's brilliant. Right. Cap 240 limited. Okay. Let's do a pick my lineup for Neighbor to give him some ideas, inspiration, or just a little bit more guidance on what he could maybe pick for this game week, which starts in about 21 minutes actually. Okay. So Cap 240 limited. Okay, what are we working with? What are we working with here? Let's have a little look. So goalkeeper-wise, let's go back on it. Okay. Did we not do this for you already? We did, no? I thought we already. Am I getting confused? I swear we done a pick my lineup for you, Neighbor, with your players. Weren't we just doing one who had like Jon Visser, also Biaki, Christoph Lang in goal, Labrovic, Panda. You've got Max Kilman. Oh my God, I must be getting so confused, honestly. I felt like we'd done this yesterday or the day before. Wow. Yesterday we did to someone else. Really? They have a very similar gallery to you. Do you know that? They literally have loads of the same players as what you've got. Oh, you've got Kadri in there. Yeah, they had Kilman, they had Visar, they also had Labrovic, and they had Iva Panda. They literally had the same gallery. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Regardless of that, let's try and put together a good team for you now. Oh wow. Okay. Let's start with the goalkeeper. Start with the goalkeeper because I like that Labrovic here has a home game against uh, Slaven. The only problem with him is he's a little bit high in his L15. But I think it's such a good game and a good chance for you to get a good score of 60 that I'd be tempted to do it and then trying to find like a cheaper option. So for now, we're going to put Labrovic in there. And then defensively, you've got Kilman, which I think is really good. Ivo Pinto, the Tongan. Tongan at 59 is too high. Smets is in there. Stelios Andreu. Okay. But Boltman's in there. Smolcic would have been good technically if he wasn't suspended for this game. I really like Max Kilman. I liked him for the other team that we built the other day. So I'm going to put Max Kilman back in here. He's also got a really low L15. Now, the player that I want to play here is Frederick, right? But Kadri here with a home game against Veslo is also really good. And Kadri is significantly cheaper at 49. Like, we know that this guy is a baller. This guy is superb. Look, absolutely superb. But he's a cost of 54. If we put him in, we've then only got 87 to work with, which then means I think it's going to be a little bit tricky. Who's your low cost? Do you have like a really low cost forward? Okay. So, yeah, this guy for 47, Miguel de la Frente is decent. This is good, though, Visa, because with Mbuemo being injured, he's going to have to step up and start to get involved in more goals. And it's Sheffield United, you know? Sheffield United is shocking. So I want to pick him. Then we've only got 39, which makes me think that we need to take maybe him out. Is he starting? Is he really? Thing is, if he's starting, then great. Is he starting? Is he expected to start? Because if he is, then that probably solves our problem. The only thing is that he doesn't really have good AA. He's very decisive dependent, but you'd have to say that a home game against Almeria, he should be getting involved. He's at 70%. He's at 70%. So you could put him in. You could, you're right. You could put him in here, and then it's kind of like his job done, right? Or what you could do is you could take Frederick out, put Kadri in, or put Witzel in. Witzel's a very good threshold player. Very good threshold player. So then you could technically have a bit of a stat going there. You've got Martinez as well. Wow. So I kind of, there's a part of me here that wants to play Kadri because it's just such a good game for Kadri and he's like a heavy hitter in his AA. Then it would mean that you don't technically need to play Courier there. And then you have 44, which would then... It's not bad. Like, I don't like this fixture for Eggestein. I don't like that. It's probably going to work the way we've done it. It just seems a little bit of a shame that we're not able to fit Kadri in here when I think he does have a really good fixture. But, yeah, we also can't ignore the fact that Correa, he has a good home game. And if he's going to start, then he's going to act like a cheat code. And it's such a good opponent as well for him. So we put him in, and then we can put Frederick in, back in again. Like that. Then you have 3 points left over. And then I think as the captain, I'd be giving it to Frederick here. Same. I only changed the goalkeeper for the Austrian League one, did you? So you basically put this team together, but then you didn't have Labrovic in here. You had Schmidt. Okay. It's not bad. Schmidt, it's just I don't think that Schmidt's going to keep a clean sheet, if I'm honest with you. Whereas I think Labrovic should be able to keep one. So how does it change the score if we put Schmidt in? All right, it takes it down a little bit of a notch, doesn't it? Hold on a minute. Why did it put Miguel de la Fuente in there? There we go, 71. To be fair, this isn't bad. Like, this team should be able to hit threshold, right? So whether you keep this goalkeeper or you switch it, I think that this team should be able to hit threshold with the players you've got there and the fixtures. For me personally, just out of preference, knowing that it's a home game and it's a good home game against a really weak opponent, I would be more interested here in playing Labrovic though. But, you know, if you think that the other goalkeeper's better, then I'd say go for the other goalkeeper. I actually think that's pretty strong. It's got a score of 72. Kilman's such a baller in that game, a home game against Notts Forest. I think he could do good. And then, yeah, these two here, they don't strike you as the natural, but given the situations that's happened, especially with Vizar, with Brian Mbeumo now being injured, against Sheffield United as well, who are statistically the worst team defensively in the Premier League, he should do really good. So, yeah, that's what I would do if I was in your shoes. That's the team that I would pick for Cap 240 Limited. And again, please let us know, like, if it works out for you. So if you pick this team, or if you pick a team that's slightly different, then can you let us know how you get on? Because when we do these pick my lineups or any of the finer players and stuff like that, I always like to hear whether what we go through before the game week starts actually turns out to be what we thought it was going to be at the end of the game week, right? So good luck to you, man, if you put this team together. And I hope that it can deliver you $5 threshold in the limited. Right, cool. Guys, there is 11 minutes left until the start of the game week. 11 minutes. So make sure that you've done all your checks now and that you're ready and you're good to go. We are good to go. I'm going to leave it on my Cap 240 rare team. This is the team that we are pinning all our hopes on to win a $50 this weekend. Guys, what are you thinking is going to be the lineup or the competition that you're going to do well in this weekend, and why? Did you check your Luton team? I didn't. Thank you, Soxy. I didn't check it. Even though we had Jordan who came in and very kindly told us that he'd updated it, I did check it. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, wow. He's putting the Camber back in there. And Ogben. Oh, my God. This is completely different, though. Is Jordan, are you still in the chat here? I wonder if Jordan's still here. Because I'd almost like to know why Nakamba's back, and maybe in the press conference that he said, rather than we search for it, is he here? 4 of my 240 players play tonight. Get the pain out the way nice and early. And then B says Cap 220 limited and Challenger limited. I quite like the look of Challenger. It's a shame that because we don't actually have like a starting goalkeeper for Challenger this weekend. Otherwise, I'd be trying to go hard in it. I came 7th in the limited Premier League comp. Wow. What was the reward you got? Or are we talking about 7th in the midweek, as in the current live game week right now? Hoping for similar, but highly doubtful. I don't really know what to do with our Luton Town team. I might just keep it as is, to be honest with you. Let's have a quick look. Well, no, I probably need to take Carlton Morris out, don't I? I mean, what am I doing? Why am I playing Carlton Morris there? Wow. It was like a little bit of a mistake, actually. It's around £119 reward. It was for the midweek round. Wow. Oh, that's amazing. Are you keeping or selling? Bournemouth stacked to be on top after United. Can one of the mods please now ban Sorare Brokey Boy for his comment about Man United? He's probably correct, though. He's probably correct. Like, all that optimism that's now started to build after a good performance and result against Chelsea is probably going to be undone because now Man United are going to travel to Bournemouth and then Bournemouth are probably going to beat them like 3-0 or something, aren't they? The joys of being a Man United fan. I should be used to this now, especially over the last 10 years where they've been really, really all over the place, really. Right. Let's take Carlton Morris out. Let's put Ogben in there. Let's just do it. Let's put the camera in here. Apparently, Jordan reckons that the Nakamba is going to be fit to play. So I'm going to trust that he's listened and he's like watched the press conference and that they've confirmed in the press conference that Nakamba is now fine to play. So we're going to make that switch where we have Nakamba in, Ogben comes in, Doughty, Oso, Kaminsky. We could also play Amari Bell. No, we couldn't. We couldn't play Amari Bell. We need to... Yeah, we could. We could play Amari Bell. But Nakamba's going to need to work hard in the midfield. Let's have a quick search as well. How much more do you think a champion edition of a limited card is worth? A champion edition? So you mean what? Like a champion Europe card compared to, say, what? A Challenger Europe card? Why is Nakamba now? Where's BBC? Why is Nakamba now available? I'm trying to like see if I can find it. I mean, I might just trust Jordan because he knows his stuff, but I'd like to know why the Canberra is now back. Can't find anything here. Can I? Oh, Jordan's in here. Nakamba's fit, is he? He's fit. I mean, I did see it here on your prediction, so massively appreciated. I was just wondering, like, because I thought he was going to be out for a little bit longer, but he's fit. He's back in training, is he? We were just looking at this, another article from a few days back, Luton Today, that was saying that he's going to be sidelined still. Lokonga has been out for 3 months. Don't expect him to get chucked straight in. Yeah, I'm not looking to play him anyway, Lokonga, but it's useful to know. What was actually the issue with Nakamba? Because I thought it was a A knee injury, no? Expected return date the 11th, so he's actually back sooner. Very minor. Okay. Let's just do it. I mean, I'm hoping it's such a big game. They kind of need him, right? They can't. They could play against Man City without Nakamba, but they need him. If he's fit, they need him. They need somebody that can graft in the middle of the park and just try and offer a bit more protection. So he's probably going to be very busy. We're going to leave it on Doughty here as the captain, and then let's just confirm that. And then what does that do? We can then go into this one. And we can change this by taking out Adebayo, putting Carlton Morris there. Adebayo's at 70%. Maybe we leave Adebayo in. My kind of preference was to put Carlton Morris there in. This is the card that you were talking about. Thank you, by the way, Twitch Gaming. Let's have a little look. Oh, okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. I don't really know. I mean, I don't think you can really say that these cards should universally be X amount higher than the normal cards, right? Because it depends on the league, the club, the player. I guess you're asking me because because you're thinking of selling it, right? So you bought it for 59. You're thinking how much you could sell it for now, probably, right? Oh, hold on a minute. Let me lock in the team as well. Let's not get too sidetracked. Let's lock in that team. I think we're good now. I hope we're good. We don't have Carlton Morris, though, anywhere. Let's take him out. Oh, God. It's a rush with a few minutes left. Okay, Carlton Morris, and then that's fine. Now I think we're good. I would say, here's what I would say, right? If we're looking at that card, where is it? Right, so his last sale went for £30.28 as an offer. £30 here, £30, 21, 22. What I would do, first of all, is I would check to see historically how much this type of card has gone for, and then try and work out a price range that's close to that, but then that's also realistic to what he's going for. So for me, I would probably just put the card up, this one, for double, for 60, because he's roughly going for 30. I put it up for double. Maybe a little bit more. So maybe start at 80, which is a lot, by the way, 80. And then probably 80 is going to be too much, right? But there's no harm in putting it up too high. And then if you're not getting any offers, you just keep lowering it down until you start to get people that are going to buy it, right? So I'd probably start at 80 and then take it down if I wasn't getting anywhere. But I don't know how much historically this card's been going for. And probably there's going to be some collectors out there that do want to have that card because it looks really cool. It's a very cool card as well. Good player, great club. So yeah, I'd start around 80, I think. But that is a ballpark figure without me even looking at any of the historical data. So please check the historical data rather than just putting it at 80. Because if it turns out that card, for example, has been selling for 150, then 80 is going to be too low, right? But just from how much he's been going for, and just by almost just trying to take an educated guess on it, I'd probably put it at 80 to begin with. Okay, the new game week has officially started. No, it hasn't. I'm ahead. I'm what? A couple of seconds ahead? I think it's about to start. There we go. It's officially started now. So, game week 4-3-1 has begun. Game week 4-3-2 is about to, we can start to the lineup build for it, which we will do in about 5 minutes because we're just about to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We still have free Tip Scout Fund coupons available, so we can do giveaway times. We can do all sorts of things. They're all activated. They're all open. So stick around. It'd be cool if we could give away some cards when we come back from the break. We can also do things like go shopping and show me the money. So the show me the money, if you've been waiting for that to open up again, I can buy somebody a £10 card or a card worth up to £10 if you have saved up 75,000 free Tit Scout Fund coupons on the channel. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break. And then when we come back, we'll put our lineups together for game week 432, and we'll do some more free Tit Scout Fund coupons with everybody. So see you in a minute. And just like that, we're back again in the mix, ready to do some more cool stuff on the channel. Ligma, I wonder if Scout will implement a 100,000 coupon. Well, the coupon that we had was, what was it? It was 250,000. So it wasn't even 100K, it was like 250K, which thinking back now on it was pretty nuts, right? I think what I will do in the future is I will do, because we haven't done it yet, I think I'll do like a community challenge together where if I can get my hands on like a jersey, you know, from Sorare or something like really significant that I could give away on the channel, then we could well, that probably wouldn't work, right? The jersey. Because then if everybody was contributing towards it, then how do you divvy up a jersey, right? So, but maybe I would do it that you guys could trigger an extra special giveaway, which would then be like 100K or something, or 200K, maybe something like that. Hello to Nico. How's it going, man? How's everything going, Nico? How was your game week in Sorare? Did you win anything at all? Threshold, card rewards. How are you getting on in the Prem Winter Special? Keep us up to date. How's everything going for you, man? Did we miss the did we miss the deadline for Ultimate Champions? I think we did. No, it starts in 20 minutes. Look, we haven't missed it. It starts in 20 minutes. Got the $5 threshold with my Rapid Veen players. That's good, man. It's really good. Like, it doesn't sound like good, does it? So if anyone was on the channel thinking, why is he going so crazy about winning like $5? But honestly, hitting threshold now has become the thing to try and win for most people in Sorare. So when I hear people do it, I'm like, superb stuff, man. Really good. Just got my hands on Drea. Let's hope he keeps up the good form. He definitely will. Yeah, he definitely will. Because the thing with Drea, and I'm glad you picked him up, actually, Thompson. He won't let you down. The great thing with Drea is that he's just good all the time. So he will have these little runs where he will go even better, but he's just consistently very good. Like, when Anderlecht play, you should expect that Drea is going to have some involvement in a goal. He'll either score or have an assist. And when he doesn't, it's going to be really surprising because that's how consistently good he is. I love him. He's one of my favorite players, and everybody on the channel knows it. I actually had his rare card. Can you imagine? I don't know if you saw it before, Thompson. I'm going to show you, actually, in case you haven't. I kind of have... I don't know whether it's good or bad, but I can at least say that at some point in the game, I had a rare card of Drea that I could have sold for over £1,000. Look, I bought his rare card back in on the 10th of March, 2022, which at the time was, that you could see at the time was a steal because he had been selling for like £400 or so. So I literally felt like I was like this. I was like, wow, I've just managed to get a Drea for nearly £300 or under 350. He's been selling for kind of the 400, 450, 500. And then you can see how not to do it. So if there was ever any lesson here about how not to trade in Sorare, then this was probably it, because this was fine. This was good. Picking up a Drea at 337. Then what I should have done is I should have sold him for 1,334, and then I would have made a £1,000 profit. But as I've mentioned before, I kind of got a little bit greedy, and I actually thought, based on how he was playing, I thought that his price actually might be able to reach 2,000, and then my plan was to sell him for close to 2,000. But then I waited too long. And then, of course, in Sorare, if you don't take those profits, the door will shut, and then he'll never get back there again. And so, look, I kind of waited and waited, and I thought, he's going to get back up again. And then when I realized at this point, I was like, he's not going to get there again, is he? I was like, it's gone. He's not going to go there. And if anything, if I don't sell him now for £519, then I'm not going to be able to sell him for profit at all. And I'm so glad that I finally did, because then you can see that he's now available for what, £90 or something, whatever you picked him up for. But yeah, if you wanted to know a way not to trade, then that's the way to do it. And to be honest with you, I always look back at this and I always think, I don't have any regrets really, even though if I could do it again, then of course I would sell for like 1,334. But this was such a valuable lesson for me in Sorare. And like it's a lesson that I always like fall back on, because that's why I'm always saying to you guys, when you get a window to sell for profit in Sorare, most of the time you should take it. Because yeah, if you don't, then you're kissing goodbye to the window to sell for good profit. And what you should try and do is like just set in your head, or put it down on paper, how much you would like to sell a player for versus the cost. So for me now, I will tend to try and look to sell a player if I can make 2.5 to 3 times what I paid for them. So in Dre's case here, if I applied that, then what I should have been really doing is selling him when he hit £1,000, right? Because then I'm going to make around 3 times what I paid for him. If I'd have applied that at the time, then I would have locked in, what, £700, £800 of profit. It wouldn't have been the full profit, but it would have been significantly better than selling for £200 or less than £200, which is still okay. But yeah, that there was a very good lesson for me to teach me that I need to have a ratio of return on investment, and I need to stick to it, rather than just trying to be greedy and just trying to think that the prices are going to continue to climb when they're not. Yeah, could be worse. Could have been the poor, could have been the poor guy that basically bought him for 1,334 on the 22nd of July, and then what? And then what? I shouldn't be laughing. I am laughing because we've all been there on Sorare, but literally a month later, Dre's card was selling for half, for half of what he paid for him. A month later, selling for half of what he paid. And then, what was it? Another month later, was then selling for what? Well, 2 months later, technically, then selling for 400. So selling for, selling for 2/3 less than what this guy had basically spent on him. Crazy. This here is also equally crazy, because when Dre's price got to around 45, 40, I wanted to buy him when I saw that his new rare card was getting to around 40, 45. I kid you not. I wanted to buy him. I didn't have the cash balance in my on Sorare, and I was trying to sell my cards to a bot so I could free up the money. And then by the time it took me to sell my cards to then free up the money for Drea, lo and behold, somebody had already bought him. So I'm really annoyed that I wasn't able to get him. But eventually, 100%, I'm going to go and get Drea again. But I'm not going to get him when he's £96. I'm going to wait until, you guessed it, his price is going to drop again, because it's Sorare, right? we know what happens. I'm going to wait until his price gets down to here again. Well, look, it got to 33. If it gets to under 50, I'll look to pick him up, but not before. Why is his spike so sharp? His spike was so sharp because there were not enough cards for him. So basically, this here, when he was, you see the card. This was his Russian card, okay. And then he started to really do very well when he moved from Russia. So then he moved back to Midtjylland, and then he started to smash it in Midtjylland. When he was in the Russian Premier League for Rubin Kazan, he wasn't doing that great, but he had these like moments, these glimpses to show that he was amazing. And basically, because he was a Russian card, Sorare couldn't mint any more of him until the new season. So when look, you can see here, you can actually see when they started to mint the new cards, because look, this was the first auction. So he moved club. Before he moved club, everybody wanted him because there were no other cards of him of rare in the game apart from this one. And then when they minted the new season cards for Midtjylland, then obviously his price just tanked because then he wasn't scarce anymore and you could get the new season card. Don't look at Stefan Fry Limited. No, I know Stefan Fry's Limited has been shocking. Yeah, it's been bad. Like, he got really high. And I remember when we were talking about him this year, because we were looking at him at the start of this year, and we were saying Stefan Fry was like 60, 70 pounds or something. And we were like, why? I actually remember saying on the stream, I remember saying, who's paying 60, 70 pounds for Stefan Fry? I was like, who's doing it? Who in their right mind is spending that money on a Stefan Fry when you could get like a Steve Clark, for example? Steve Clark, who was the same age as Stefan Fry, and actually arguably is better in many ways for some of the competitions in Sorare. You could get a Steve Clark for £30, £25, and a Stefan Fry was 60, 70 pounds. I remember saying on the stream, like, what madness is this? Like, seriously, who's doing that, and why is Stefan Fry so high? And it's not that he's a bad player, he's a good player, but when you think about it, there's no need to pay 60, 70 pounds on Stefan Fry. So in a way, I kind of don't have much sympathy for anyone that spent 60, 70 pounds on a Stefan Fry Limited because it made no sense at the time at all. I paid €30, but still got fucked. What's up? Hello to AJ Techno as well. Let's actually just put Stefan Fry in just for a laugh. Why not? Maybe we can find Nico. So yeah, Stefan Fry at the start of this year was like 60, 70. Yeah, look. Let's go back to the year. Okay. So up here, where was he at? Okay. So, well, didn't quite hit 70 actually, but he was around 60. So I'm incorrect there. He was around 60, and there were lots of other goalkeepers that were comparable to Stefan Fry that you could pick up for basically half the price. And again, I was like, well, what was the point? Why would you do that? I don't think. God, look at how many. Oh my God. Look at how many cards have been auctioned for Stefan Fry. I don't think we could find you, to be honest with you. Even if we wanted to find you, Nico, I don't think we could. There's an enormous amount of auctions that have happened. Like, you can see for the last year, there's just been tons and tons and tons of auctions, right? Insane, really. There's 1,246 limited cards of Stefan Fry. Wow. That's a lot. And what you can see as well is that, look, from here onwards, basically, it looks like, look, especially here, Sorare were just minting so many cards of Stefan Fry just so that they can fulfill that supply before the new season starts. Because when they launched the new season cards, right, they can't mint any more of these. So they're just trying to squeeze out as much as they can. And, you know, arguably, it's killed the price of him, isn't it? Let's be honest. Check all and then his highest peak. Yeah. Well, his highest peak was ridiculous, wasn't it? Yeah, look. Somebody here paid 400 for him in April this year, which I don't know why you would do that. And then, yeah, his peak was around 300, wasn't it? But you know what? This was so... We're kind of laughing at this, right? And we're ridiculing it. But this was so common for limited cards. Honestly, we could look at any other player and we could look at their limited graph, and their graph will also show pretty much the same, that they all kind of reached these really high peaks and then they just crashed. And then they've just, look, they're at the absolute lowest that they've ever been. You basically can't get any lower. So now it's stable, fairly stable, but it's stable at almost far too low a price, really. So, yeah. What other players could we look at that have also experienced like a crazy? Um, Lots of goalkeepers have had that. Probably another goalkeeper we could put in would be I know because I've already shown you guys, but one of the goalkeepers that I bought, and I bought him quite cheap, and then he kind of raised in price quite a lot, was this guy here, Leonard Moser. You can see that, look, Moser at one point got to 1,330 in his rare, and I think today you can get him for about £50 or whatever. And you can see that I sold him for 844. I think I bought him for about 200, £300. I think it was 250. So I made a decent amount of profit on him there. But these days of actually being able to spot a player, pick up a player for cheap, then they get this big spike, you can sell them for mad amount of profit. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. I don't think we're seeing those at all anytime soon. I bought most of Rare for 245 in the summer and I had to panic sell when he wasn't featuring in the friendlies. Are you glad that you panic sold? Did you get your money back on him? The Vanaken's a good one, yeah. Any news regarding a new club for him? No. I'm really frustrated because what I think's happening, and I could be wrong here, but because he already had a move sealed to go and join the Finnish team, right? And then it kind of it broke down. I think what's happening is that he's going to wait now until the January transfer window so that then he can join them. Because when it failed, they basically said that like you can join us again, but it would have to be when the new transfer window opens, the proper transfer window opens. And so I think he's just basically holding out. And to be fair, look, he's got what, like less than like 3 weeks until the transfer window opens. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to move to a non-cover club soon. You got your money back, lucky escape. Kern Castell's my first ever keeper. Bought him for 111 euros early this year. Do you still have him, or did you sell him in the end and just take the loss on the chin? Do you know when the J League is going to begin? Because I bought Kim Yin Hyun and didn't know the season was over. The J League, I think, starts in February, around February time. Is it February time? Yeah, February time. You sold him at 50. Wow. It's a big loss to swallow, isn't it? Can I ask about Lucas Torreira, why he is so cheap? Yeah, you can. Let's just have a look at, we'll bring him up as well. We will look at that guy you just mentioned. And then we're going to look at Hans Vanaken as well, because I want to see how crazy Hans Vanaken's price went. Because I know for a long time, even before I started playing Sorare, Hans Vanaken was like the player to have on Sorare, because the Belgian Pro League was the first league to be onboarded onto Sorare. So Hans Vanaken has had cards on Sorare for like 4 or 5 years now, like from the very get-go. And if you had spotted him or you knew of him, either from, say, playing Football Manager or just kind of following the Belgian Pro League, then you would have known, if you was an early adopter on Sorare, if you could get him really cheap, which you could, that this was a player to pick up and then just sit on for years and years and years. So basically his price really rocketed back in the day. Show it here, look. His rare ended up, when was this here? Back in 2022. So yeah, kind of like the 10th of February, 2022, his rare card was sold at auction, and not even the number 1. His number 20 serial number was sold for nearly £3,000 in the rare. £3,000. Now, I have to be honest with you, when the rare prices were like that, I don't think that that was good for the game, just like I don't think that the prices as they are now is good for the game. I think that that was too high to make Sorare an attractive proposition for people. And you shouldn't have to pay 3,000 for like a rare card. You shouldn't. It's like, it's too high, far too high. I think a lot of people thought, and I heard a lot of people say at the time, that Sorare is only for rich people because they would see these types of like auctions. They would hear about that a card sold for that, and are like, well, the everyday man can't play Sorare like that, right? Um, even though limited was in the game, but it's kind of cool. Obviously, if you were able to sell him for that, then great. But I do think that that was too high, and that was equally as bad for the game as it is that. How much is he now? He sold for 236 at the moment. So I think that even though it's probably kind of low, I actually think that's a little bit more realistic. This was just too high. This whole period was just far too high. Yeah. What was the most you paid for any card? Asked Firmino. It's a good question. I think it was the Drea one. I think it was the Drea card. I think it was Drea. I don't think I spent more than 400 on a player. And Drea, I bought for 337. Just trying to think. How much did I buy? I bought Anto Grigic for as well. I spent quite a bit on Anto Grigic, who used to be an absolute baller in the game. You can now pick him up and he's rare for £8.12. He used to be a player that everyone was trying to get, and I even bought him. And I think I bought him for like 350, maybe. Let's have a little look. No, I bought him for 300, £295, which at the time was kind of cheap because his price was going down and all the other cards were selling for way higher. So yeah, I think the most expensive card I ever bought was the Anders Dreyer for 337. What about you guys though? What's been the most expensive card that you've bought in Sorare? And do you regret spending that money on the card or not? That's probably the key question. Do you regret making the most expensive purchase in Sorare? If you do, I want to know why. If you don't, I also want to know why, because I think it's quite a cool question for the community. What do you think the game would be like without limited cards, free tip scout? Well, the rares would be significantly higher. The rares would be significantly higher. And actually, to be honest with you, there wouldn't be as many people playing Sorare. Which is also kind of why the rares would be significantly higher, because there would be not enough demand for them, in a way. But yeah, if there were no limited cards, then I don't think the game would be in a good spot. So I think it's good that limited came to the game. But with limited coming to the game, it also meant that it affected the prices of all the scarcities above it, right? And then it almost commoditized the game, but it has also made the game very, very appealing for just everyone. And the big problem with the game was getting demand in the game, and limited really appeals to someone who's like, okay, I don't want to spend 3,000 on a digital card, but if I can buy a digital card for like £2, then okay, it's less than a pint of beer, right? I'll spend £2 on that card. It gives me something else to follow for the weekend, right? And that's the great thing with limited. So yeah, I think it's cool that it's here. And I think if it wasn't here, then the game would not be in a good place, actually. So we slam limited a lot, but I think it's really good that it's here, actually. Let's have a look at some of these regret purchases, right? Who's going to do the biggest walk of shame here? Who's going to do the biggest walk of shame? Neighbor, I regret buying Panda for €44. That's not too bad, actually. Panda for 44 is not bad, but also I get it, because if you bought it for 44, and how much is Panda right now? Panda, how much is he, like 15? Yeah, he's like 15. I nailed it straight away. Good guess, that one. Apart from goalkeepers, Kaneko was my most expensive purchase last summer at 0.06, and then he went down to under 0.01. But thankfully, I kept the faith, and he's now almost 0.05. Yeah, that's actually a really good point from FIFA, and I'm glad that he kept the faith, because it's really easy when you buy like a player in Sorare, you spend a hell of a lot of money on them, and then you see their price go down, most of the time, and this is a generalization, but most of the time, based on how the game has been managed in its game economy, it's going to be really difficult for that player to almost get back to that level again, right? Get back to what you paid for them. The odd instances, though, especially if they're a really talented player, they will be able to find a way to get back to or close to that again. But it's not always the case. There's usually some special circumstances that have to be in place for that to happen. My most expensive was €2 because I play free to play. All the rest I've won. Well, that's actually okay. So there's no walk of shame for Twitch gaming there. That's actually the best way to play Sorare, technically. Play it free to play. Try and win all the cards you can. And then basically use those cards and then try and win more cards. And then basically you've not had any financial exposure to it at all. This new season, if I wait a little longer, I could grab him for cheaper. But taught me to not FOMO. Yeah. FOMO in Sorare is real, and mastering the ability to resist the FOMO is actually a big skill in Sorare, a huge skill, because a lot of managers, right, myself included, a lot of managers will, let me give you a really good example, okay, because I think this is so cool that we're talking about FOMO, right? If I go into my watch list here, and then I go into, where is it? My must-haves, for example. I haven't really updated this in a while, but you can already see that there's a couple of players in here that I have, right? So all pretty good, right? Let's take Arda Güler, right? So Arda Güler is a player that for me is like a must-have. Like I want to have this player because he's obviously going to be the next big superstar in world football, and he's already a star now. He's incredible talent. He's only 18. If you buy his card, you've got loads of utility, international games, midweek games for Real Madrid, under 23, and his scoring as well is insane. It's really good, right? I would love to buy this guy right now. I really would. Even in his limited at £45, I would love to buy him for £45. And I have this almost like this FOMO that I am kind of missing out because I don't have an Arda Güler, even though he's not actually playing right now. This is the thing, and this is the big problem I think that Sorare need to try and crack a little bit, is that having played Sorare for 2 years now, and I do have the FOMO that I'm like, I want this guy, and I want to have him in my collection. I don't have the pressing, urgent need, and I don't feel the pressing, urgent need that I need to go and get this guy as soon as possible. Because I know that I don't. I know that I could wait a year, 2 years to pick up this guy, and in a year's time, Arda Güler could be £4. It could be £2. Most likely not. But having played the game for so long, I know that I don't need to give in to the FOMO and end up buying players just because I have that itch, like I need them, when I know that in the game right now, the way that the economy is that his price is just going to continue to go down and down and down and down and down. And this is not anywhere near as low as what a limited card can go for. So it wouldn't surprise me in the future if we don't see any changes that Arda Güler could be less than £20, for example, or it could be less than £10, right? And there's an argument, a big argument actually, this type of player should not get that low, because we all know, even though he's not scoring in Sorare right now, we know that this is like a wonder kid. This is like a huge talent. So he shouldn't get super low, but he probably will get super low because there's 719 limited cards of him right now. I don't even think he's been in the game for that long, but there's already nearly 1,000 of him. As there's more of those, and if there's not enough new users coming on board, his price will continue to decline. So FOMO is a really important thing in the game. And most of the time, you just need to ignore it, because you can just always go and get that player later on, a month later, 2 months later. You might have missed out on a little bit of scoring, but you're actually going to be probably saving yourself a ton of money, because that player 9 times out of 10 is going to be significantly cheaper than what they would have been if you'd have bought them at the time you had the FOMO. And that is something I think Sorare need to try and change in the game, where you're almost a little bit worried, thinking, oh shit, if I don't get this guy now, whilst he's like £45, what if in like 2 months' time he's going to be like £80, and then I would have missed the boat to pick him up? But actually, it's just not like that. You can just wait, and then you can just pick him up when he's cheaper. And it should be a mix of, sometimes they're going to be cheap when you can pick them up. Sometimes they'll be cheap and then they'll go cheaper because they're just not playing at the moment, and they're just not players in demand. And then other times they'll be cheap, but then they're going to go up in price quite a lot if you don't pick them up there and then. And at the moment, too many players, as in most players, are just continuing to go down in general, irregardless of what they do on the pitch, or, you know, like kind of whether they're amazing players or not, because the supply-demand imbalance is so significant that it is drastically and almost quite consistently showing that if you just wait, you're not going to be any worse off just waiting. If anything, you're going to be better off waiting. And I tell you what, let's go back to Hans Vanaken here. And tell you what, where's he at? Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. And I think this guy here, who bought Hans Vanaken for 2,862, would probably, even though he would have probably won loads of rewards, right, that would have been worth significant at the time. So he's probably not down. He probably ended up earning way more from the rewards, right, with a Vanaken, because the rewards at the time would have also been really expensive too, right? Like really high value. So he probably didn't lose money. We hope he didn't. But if we were just judging based on the cost of the card without actually the utility and the yield that you get from using that card in the games in Sorare, in the competitions, then you would probably you'd probably say that, yeah, he could have just waited until he got to this level. 90% cheaper. FOMO has nothing to do with Sorare. It's on you. It is. It's absolutely on you. Yeah, I agree with you. It is. Like if you are worried that you're going to miss out on a card, then you have to try and work out a way to deal with it, right? But the thing is as well is that you don't need to have FOMO in Sorare, because basically you can just wait. Like there's like FOMO is like you're worried that you're going to be significantly at a disadvantage, or that you're going to be like massively missing out in the future if you don't do it there and now or soon. But in Sorare, it's really not like that. It used to be like that. It used to be a little bit like that. But at the moment, with the game economy the way it is and the state of the game, FOMO technically doesn't really apply, because even if you don't get that player that you think, I need to have them, as I say, you can just get them in a week, 2 weeks' time, a month's time, 3 months' time. They'll be significantly cheaper, and you won't really be at a disadvantage at all. If anything, you'll be at an advantage, because you've then got the same player that everyone else has got, yet you've got more money in your pocket because you just waited and you just got that player cheaper. Was playing around a little bit and found out there were some good options to get a limited all-star team that would already have won podiums for under £100, which I think is really bad for the game. Yeah, it really is bad for the game. Absolutely. The guy with Vanaken is down about 0.3 based on his purchase price with rewards. Is he really? FIFA's given us the link as well. So if you guys want to check it out, the link is there in the chat. If COVID didn't happen, can you imagine how big Sorare would be right now? What do you mean exactly? Like, I'd like to understand your point more. as to, because are you talking about COVID, or are you talking about the economic downturn that also happened at the time? Because I'm kind of struggling to understand how COVID has affected Sorare, but the economic downturn that happened at the same time as COVID, I get. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm with you now, man. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. Because, yeah, I was in COVID, without the COVID, but you're right. The financial crisis that followed it, from all the businesses closing and people not being able to go out. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if we had world peace. Imagine if we had world peace, it would mean that Free Tip Scout could give his opinion about things and then not get hounded and not get the angry, hateful mob chasing after him on Twitter, the hate brigade, which I haven't seen in a while, to be fair. Maybe I need to post like a controversial tweet or something just to see if they're still alive, you know? Just to almost say like, you guys still there? I haven't heard from you in a while. And then immediately start inviting all the haters back. What else are we looking at here? One of the make a post to bash on Captain 20 Monthly. You know what would really get people's backs up, guys, right? So if you're kind of relatively new on the channel, you might not know this, but yeah, usually kind of when I post something, or I have an opinion about something, there's usually some good substance there to it, right? But obviously people have different opinions, and so not everybody always sees eye to eye to me, which is totally cool, right? Totally cool, and that's what makes this game so good. Is that if I think a player's great, you might think a player's shit, right? And equally, if Sorare add a feature into the game, I might think that it's crap, and then 10 people might think that it's amazing, right? But what I always try and do is I always try and like give a context and give some explanation and insight into why I don't think it's good and why I don't think it's beneficial to users or to Sorare or to the game or whatnot, right? And I've kind of since I've been doing content for Sorare, every now and then I kind of get a little bit of hate from people out there, which I'm kind of used to now. And yeah, we're just talking that we haven't seen a lot of hate recently, which is cool, right? It's kind of cool. But yeah, if I was to post something like the new raffle system, imagine that. This would really get people's backs up, right? Imagine if I was to post saying that the raffle system for the club shop is a disgrace, right? Use Arteta as an example and try and put the video clip of Arteta where he's saying it's a disgrace, right? When he done that interview after the Newcastle game. I could say that, yeah, the club shop raffle is an absolute disgrace and it's not going to work, and what is Sorare thinking, and this is the worst thing that's ever come to Sorare, right? And then I'm pretty sure that would trigger a lot of people. But I'm not going to do it, actually, because I like the raffle system. I just don't like the fact that at the moment they're proposing a raffle system where you don't get your coins back, and which I don't like anyway. And then if you don't get your coins back, so you're basically throwing coins away for nothing. There's also nothing in the club shop. I wouldn't mind if you kind of said, okay, throw your coins away down the drain for a chance to win like some really cool merchandise. But if you don't want to do that, then there is actually some merchandise that you can buy in the shop, but it's just significantly more expensive. So you don't actually have to take the risk of maybe trying to get something cheaper, where you might not get anything at all, but then you can get these things in here, these items that are more expensive, but then you're actually guaranteed to get them. At the moment, it's kind of like there's no items there at all, but we want you now to throw coins away where you potentially get nothing for it. And so it's kind of, they have to fix the club shop if they want to do that, so that then it feels like users aren't significantly worse off and that actually they're not going to get frustrated again, because it's like, well, before I couldn't get merchandise, but I wasn't like losing anything. I still can't get Sorare merchandise, and now I'm actually losing Sorare coins. So how does that work? We're taking a step back. So yeah, needs to be some things. Some people just go bash you without any context. Well, do you want to hear something really funny? Do you want to hear something really funny? A lot of the people that have bashed me in the past, right? A lot of those people are in the feedback group, like the Discord feedback group that is that has been organized by Sorare. And a lot of those individuals that have tried to what's the word I'm looking for? Disparage or discredit, right? And just kind of just straight up attack me. They're now saying, right? I'm not kidding. They're now saying the things that I have been talking about for the past year, for the past 6 months, the past year and a half, that they didn't want to hear. They didn't want to hear, and they didn't like that I was saying it. They wanted to try and silence the points that I was making, which I think are very relevant still today. They're now saying the same things that I was saying. So there you go. They finally caught up. But yeah, that's why I, not just for me, but for you guys as well, right? This is so important. I always say, if you don't like something in Sorare, do not be afraid to say that you don't like it. Okay? Don't let people try and silence you because they don't want you to be talking badly about the game and that your voice doesn't matter. If you like something, then great, also rave about it. And there's been so many times where I love things about Sorare that they do, and I praise them. Like the pitch notes that they're doing is incredible now. Like it's so good. We've been wanting that for so long. So I'm obviously going to talk that up. And I do. I think it's great the way they're communicating like that. And there's so many other cool things. The Premier League Winter Special. I think the Premier League Winter Special is fantastic. I really do. I think the prizes are amazing. The cash rewards, great, like step now, great addition to the game. I think everything about that's really cool. So I've been praising it. There's a few negatives to it as well, like the restrictions, like you need to have X amount of cards. I think that was a little bit, I think they missed the mark there a little bit. But generally speaking, I think that's been great. But then there's other things like Rivals. I think Rivals is shit, personally. And I think also the Capture 20 month-long is shit for the rewards as well. But the point I'm making is that never be afraid, guys, to tell your opinion publicly or to Sorare and give them the true, honest feedback. Because honestly, they need it. Sorare need it. And I'm going to just say it. When I was trying to be honest with my feedback and trying to shine a light on some of the things that just aren't right in the game, and some of the guys out there that were trying to silence me by basically saying everything's fine and sort of saying that I'm wrong and that this is right and blah, 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 they actually were hurting the game. They were hurting the game by not being honest and by trying to silence that type of rhetoric and that message that we were trying to get to Sorare. Because probably Sorare for the past year or so has known there's been a few issues, but there's almost been too much trying to silence people that are talking the truth about the game and things like hard, ugly truths about the game, right? And I think often it's misconstrued that users out there think that if you're talking bad about the game, you're trying to bring the game down and you're trying to see the game fail, but it actually couldn't be any further from the truth. The people like myself and some of you guys as well that will say this isn't good and we want to see this different, and why is it like that? Because it shouldn't be like that. And just, almost like saying, come on guys, like get it together because you're now quite a big company, got lots of manpower, lots of financial resources behind you. Get stuff going now, and actually pushing Sorare and putting pressure on them. Stuff like that is going to help the game get to a better place quicker than by just pretending that things are fine just because you don't want there to be lots of bad noise that's happening about the game. That's not going to help the game. We need to try and help the game, but we also need to just basically let the team and create a discussion around what's not good and how can it be better, rather than someone saying what's not good and then everyone basically jumping on that, whatever individual it is, and saying, just be quiet, silence, you don't know what you're talking about, stop talking bad about the game. It doesn't help the game. It doesn't help the game at all. So yeah, just make sure, guys. Bit of a long preach that, but just always just talk your mind. Just talk your mind, and just always, if you want the best things for the game, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to let people silence you in anything, but especially on Sorare, because yeah, you're helping the game by telling them what's not good and what needs to be significantly better. Let me guess, they wouldn't admit those points come from you. No, not at all. I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't pulled them up on it, but I can see on people's Twitter, and I can also see in the feedback group that all the things that I was saying that I was getting crucified for and slammed for and criticized for, right? They're all now basically saying the same. So I don't need to say it. I know. I can see it. I'm like, okay, I know. But it's just disappointing that people are so quick to try and silence people and just try and aggressively dismiss them, when actually there's just often a lot there that can be talked about in a positive way, that there's actually a lot of truth to it. There's a lot that everybody can get involved. It's just classic, isn't it? It's just classic internet crappy bullshit that you get from people, right? I'm pretty sure if I was having a conversation with most of the people that were criticizing me and some of the thoughts I had and opinions, I'm pretty sure if we were having a face-to-face, they wouldn't dare be so brazen. But obviously, it's that usual thing, isn't it? Behind a screen, you can't see me, I'm anonymous, whatever, on the internet. People are a lot more ballsy, and they like to try and throw their ego out a bit more when they're doing it on the internet. I think they should do something for smaller managers with a small budget, but who have more than one players, like the Bundesliga competition. Oh, wow, my club is playing in 1:30, and I didn't even notice. Working at the weekend and free time within the week completely makes me lose track of time. I lose track of time a lot on Sorare, because we're living by the game weeks, aren't we? The game week time. So normal time doesn't even really apply to me half the time. I'm just thinking, what game week is it? And how long is it until the next game week? Just living in game weeks, basically. It's been an hour since the new game week has opened. Shall we? Here we go. Look at this here. So this is the social element, the phone contact. So this is the discoverable thing that Sorare was talking about in their pitch notes. It's now popping up on the screen, where we can let Sorare discover our friends or discover people that we are connected with from our phone contacts that might enjoy Sorare. And so then it just gives you an opportunity to invite them into the game, or send them an invite to the game, something like that. I'm not going to allow that for now, because I don't trust it at the moment, but I probably will allow it later on. Right. Let's line up build. Let's have a quick gander. What we can do for the midweek. Okay, Cap 240. Okay. I don't think we have a goalkeeper. No, we don't. This is going to be really easy. I don't think we can put out a full team in Cap 240, but we can probably do one in Cap 220. Yeah, we can do one in Cap 220. Yeah, I don't trust it. Yeah, I don't trust it. It basically said allow and then submit. But you expect, if I'm going to give you access to my contacts, like, I expect there to be a little bit more, what's what I'm looking for? Like, not T's and C's, but more permissions. Just explain, like, the access a little bit better. So, yeah. And also, Sorare is great, but sometimes when they implement something in the game, you guys know what it's like, right? They can implement something in the game and it's buggy, or it doesn't work properly, or it's half finished. So I might just allow that in like a week's time once all the bugs have been ironed out. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be something funny with it that doesn't work well. Right. I think we can only put a team into good old Super Cap. Let's have a little look. So Kelleher should play anyway, because he tends to play the European games. So I think we can leave him in for Cap 220. He has an L 15 of 43, which is actually pretty good. That's fine. And then who do we have? We have Kosanu, Patrick Van Aanholt, Filip Stojkovic, Preciado, Gartenman. Oh, this is actually pretty horrible. Okay. This is okay for Angelo Preciado. So maybe Kosanu and Preciado. Yeah, Allison's probably going to be back. They have to wait and see whether he feels like it tomorrow. But even if he's back, he doesn't play the European games anyway. Like, Kelleher plays the European games, so... You probably have to play Jean Amani here, even though it's not that great. And then look at that, Gregorich against West Ham. Coventry, oh God, this is not good. We can't actually afford Kosanu if we do it like that. I don't think Kosanu's going to play. He doesn't tend to play Kosanu the European games anyway. It's a good game for him, though. So maybe instead what we do is we look at, say, Filip Stojkovic here. Like that. Yeah. That's probably as good as what we can do. That is not good. That is not a good team. That is... Well, it doesn't matter because it's only Super Cap 220. So if it's not good, it doesn't matter. It's just a month long, but yeah, it's probably good that it's not that good. Whilst there's no weekly rewards, because we're effectively not losing out on anything. Because I don't think this team could win any weekly rewards anyway if there were some. So it's probably okay. I think what it's shown me is that we're not going to have. Do we have any rare? I don't think we have any rare players. Surely. Not with the game. We do. Well, we have Antonio and Richie, Daryl Dyke, who's not playing at the moment, and then Weisinger, who's injured. Okay. So we do, but we don't. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we could then also just enter a team into Cap 240, like a D&P team here, to give ourselves an outside chance to try and hit the $5 here. So maybe Matty Godin in there. Gartenman probably can stay in. And then in the midfield, we could put Flecker. And then probably Kosanu. Even though I don't think he's going to play like that. And do that. Okay. I'm pretty sure that we can't build any more for the midweek, but we can do Kaminsky for our Premier League Winter Special. We can do Oso. We can do Doughty. We can do Ogben. And then we can do Nakamba. And we can do that. Confirm. Basically, the usual team, the usual suspects here. Register another team. It's going to be Kroll, Amari Bell, Panzu, I think. Carlton Morris here. And then Will Hughes, I think. Or, yeah, let's do that. Okay. And then we enter another team just as a throwaway. We put James Shear in there. Put Issa Kabor. Yeah, let's put Issa Kabor in there. Chong, Adebayo. And then Let's just do Ryan Shields for now. Let's do that. Right, that's cool. And then this is for game week 432, which is the midweek, of course. Then game week 433, we can already register a Bundesliga specialist team, which we'll do like that. We pretty much know what team we're entering now. It's pretty standard, like that. Then Gimba has an okay game as well. Let's do that. Okay, go back down. Do this one here. And for this one, we'll do that. Like, this team picks itself because we don't really have enough players for it. This is quite nice and easy. It's like a throwaway team, basically. Confirm. And then the Premier League specialist we can do as well. Again, this is a throwaway, so we can do that. Do anyone actually in here, it doesn't really matter. Let's do that. Haaland up there, and then Reece Burke in there. Let's do that. Okay, cool. Right. Are you guys still here? Are you guys still with me? Don't forget, guys, if you want to take part in the Beat the Base, you need to be doing it in the Italian league. So you need to predict in the Italian league, this one here. It starts in 3 hours and 40 minutes time. So if you want a chance to win a Pooky sticker from me, and the Pooky sticker that we're giving away this week is, if I can find it, the Burnley. So not Burnley. Where's Burnley? Doesn't exist, does it? I know where Burnley is, though. Burnley, the Lancashire club, that we're giving away this common sticker, which, yeah, isn't very common, of Burnley. So make sure, if you want to try and win this one, make sure that you do your predictions in the Italian league, game week 55, match day 15. And yeah, the first game starts in 3 hours or so. So just get going on it. Right, what else do you guys want us to do today? You can tell me. Because we've done our lineups for the weekend. We've semi-done our lineups for the midweek, even though I don't think that we can really do anything. Ultimate Champions is kind of done. I'm actually going to be doing a stream later tonight, and it's going to be completely different. Completely different. So, yeah. We've got something different planned for tonight, which should be pretty cool. But what else do you guys want us to do today? I don't think we really have anything else to do, to be fair. Unless you guys want us to do anything. So you guys can tell me. I could do Rivals, but I'm just not interested. Like, we have an arena ticket here. I don't even, half the time, I don't even claim them anymore. I've literally not played Rivals, or I've not jumped into Rivals at all this whole week. Like, if you wanted to know how disinterested I am in Rivals, then that was your answer right there. I haven't even opened this up. Apart from sending an invite out for the Luton game, I've not jumped in there since. I don't care about it. That's all. What are your next goals for your gallery? That is a good question from FIFA. Okay, so the next immediate goal for me is to get another rare goalkeeper to take me up to 45 rares, right? And that rare goalkeeper needs to be an America-based goalkeeper. I don't know whether they're going to be an MLS goalkeeper, to be fair. It might be a South American goalkeeper, but I need a rare American goalkeeper. And then once I've done that, I'm then golden, as in, like, I don't need to realistically do, well, that's not true. I need a rare goalkeeper for America, and then I need a rare America forward. Once I have those two, I'm done buying any more rare cards. And then hopefully the players that I've got can then just generate me more rare cards, right? So once I've done those two, I'm then going to start to buy super rares. So I'm going to just start to dip my toe into the super rare. I want to buy, I think this summer, so next summer, I want to be able to have at least one super rare, like a decent super rare team, and then potentially have two, but I have to see how it goes for the money. But yeah, that's the plan. What about you guys as well? What about you guys? Do you what's your plans at the moment with Sorare? When do you think it will get public? When do I think what will get public? What, Sorare? What, I was talking about when Sorare is on the stock market. Because I think we're so far away from that. We're so far away. I don't see that ever happening in the next 5 years, actually. Or Rivals, you mean? Okay, Rivals. I think their plan is to get Rivals out in the new year. So I think January, February time, something like that. I think January is what they're trying to aim for. Yeah, Argentina have a break, yeah. They have a break, but they start playing again in early January, don't they? So they start playing in January, but they pretty much have a break from like mid-December or something, don't they? I'm thinking of getting a Tigres stack. What do you think? Tigres is a good stack to have. Yeah, Tigres is a decent team to have. Very good. I also think that the Santos Laguna one's not bad, but it doesn't have the same level of players as the Tigres one. All right. I think we'll spend the next 5 minutes just answering questions actually, and then what we'll do is we'll finish up for the day. But then I'm going to be back later on tonight with something completely different. So it's going to be a first on the channel, and yeah, we're just going to see how it goes. And I'm actually quite excited for it as well. I'm not going to reveal anything on it, but we're going to do something completely different tonight. So yeah, if you don't have any plans for your Friday evening, then feel free to jump on the stream later tonight from 8 p.m. and you can hang out with me and we can play a game and also yeah just talk about more things as well. hot tub stream. Yeah, I'm launching my OnlyFans tonight. Only free tip scout. A bit random, but who do you think will win the MLS? What for next season? Oh, you mean for this weekend? You mean the cup, the MLS Cup? You mean? To be honest with you, I would like Columbus to win it because I think it would be great for Columbus to win something again after not winning something for so long. And LAFC, they won it last year, right? So they are the champions. But to be honest with you, I think that probably LAFC are gonna get it done again. I think they're gonna retain it, and they're gonna be the champions again. I was really gutted that Cincinnati didn't get through. I wanted Cincinnati to win it because I wanted Cincinnati to basically win the MLS Cup and also the Shield. They call it the Shield, the MLS Shield. I wanted them to do the double. I think that would have been really cool, but yeah, they didn't do it. Sorare related? No, not Sorare related. No, something completely different. Trying really hard to explain what we will do without giving it away. Yeah. It's going to be card related. I can tell you that. It's going to be card related. I need some sessions of America scouting while they're cheap. Yeah, we will do that. That's actually quite a good point from Ligma. We'll try to get some scouting sessions done before Christmas. So maybe we can do one this weekend or this week where we can look at America players. We haven't done that, and that's actually quite a good point. So I will make a mental note, and I'll put some time into the schedule where we can do like a dedicated America scouting stream, and then maybe we can do an Asia one as well. I'm a bit more reluctant to do Asia, uh, and that's just selfish because I'm not going to be really looking to play in Asia. But I think for you guys, it'll be useful if you are looking to compete in Asia. So we'll do an America one, maybe like probably this week, and then the week after we'll look to do like an Asia one, like an Asia scouting. I picked up an Angel Romero yesterday as my America forward. So insanely cheap for the quality. I've not actually had a chance to look really at any America forwards, but there is one that I'm interested to know how much he is, and that's Jeremy Ebibisi. So Jeremy Ebibisi in his limited is only £4.12, and his rare is £81. It's a little bit too much actually. I was hoping that it'd be around 50, because I think a few of you guys know that I'm a big fan of this guy. I have been since he was playing at Portland. If he gets to kind of around 50 or less, I might actually look at picking him up. But I also think I could do some proper scouting and probably find. You guys know how I scout. I always tend to unearth the like the real gems, right? The real bargains that like then do really good, and then they kind of like explode in price as well. So for me personally, to pick up like a rare America forward, I'm always trying to pick up rare players for under £20 now. So yeah, even if he got to like 50, I think that I would still not look at Ebibisi because I know I can find a really decent America forward for £20 or less, and I will buy them for £20 or less. Herrera is way too cheap, just like Handel. Jonas Handel. I paid 28 for his limited not that long ago. Did you really? He was really expensive, wasn't he? Ebibisi, as in like he's always been quite high in his limited for most of the season. I think it's only really been like recently. Yeah, look, it kind of dropped away, but he was hovering around the £20 mark. I thought. Let's go back a year. Yeah, so like for most of the season, he was really, really kind of quite expensive, which is why I didn't buy him in the limited. And then in the summer, he had a big drop off. And then yeah, he's obviously now really like this is the great time to pick him up, isn't it? When he's £4. But obviously, if you bought him for like 28, £30, it's a bit of a harder one to swallow. You're almost locked into him unless you don't mind selling him for a loss. And I don't think you need to sell him, by the way. I think if you spent 28 on him, then it's actually just a really good investment long term. He's only 26 still. Pretty good. I won him and missed to sell him. He's a good player, though. Another good player for the team that I really like is also, where's he at? Espinoza. And not just Espinoza, but because Espinoza's great, but the other player, the player that I probably like just as much as Ebibisi is actually Nathan. This guy here. And to be fair, Nathan in his rare is quite cheap, really. This is one of the most frustrating players. He's actually an incredible defender. And he's really, really good. Like, he's like the cheat code defender in Sorare for America. He can hit you hundreds out of nothing. And he does it so consistently. The big problem with him is that he is made of glass. So he will maybe play 1 or 2 games and then he will be out for the season. Or he'll be out for like months, and he's really, really injury prone. I hope that he can avoid like further injury, but he's just so look at all the DMPs that he's had. And these are all injury related DMPs, but when he's on it, he's really on it. He's a really, really good defender. All those perfect scores of 100. His AA is incredible. Like he reads the game so well. And this isn't even that great for him because he's playing for a team that has always struggled for clean sheets. So imagine if he was playing for a team where he was getting a 10-point clean sheet bonus more, his scoring in this range here would be massive. But because he's not, he's actually missing out on an additional 10 points to this as well, most of the time. So I love this guy. I would only really look to pick him up, and I do want to pick him up, but I'm not going to spend £46 on a player that basically will play one game and then will be out for most of the season. He's so injury prone. He really is. Like, he's 28, and this is very much the type of player that I could actually imagine would have to retire from injury. That's how injury prone he is. Hi, Free Tip Scout, what are you doing? How much is a loaf of bread in Luton? I don't know. I don't live in Luton anymore. I don't know. I can imagine a loaf of bread is pretty much just as expensive as it is in most places around England, though. Loaves of bread are expensive now. Really expensive. Surely at some point, like Dembele, he can stay fit, right? I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, if you look at the injuries that he's not had small injuries. He's had big injuries, right? And if we just type in San Jose here, what concerns me is the fact that he's having these big injuries and he's being plagued with them. Plagued with them. Look, Nathan, okay, he is going to leave, right? And I to be honest with you, I don't blame San Jose that they're not going to renew his contract because he's not really played for them. Like, he's not really played since they signed him. Look, how many games has he played? Look, he's played 46 games for them. 46 games for them. And look at all the other teams that he's played for. He's never managed to give he's never managed to play more than 100 games for a club. It's a problem. And if you look at the injury history for him, look at the injury history that he's got. Look, every year there's big injuries that are happening. 181 days here, 77 days here, 47 days here, 307 days here. Big injuries all the time. So I love this guy. I think he's great, but he's going to be exactly the type of player that I will only pick up if I can get him stupidly cheap. Otherwise, I don't feel like I'm missing out on him. Because even when he does play, he'll play for 5 games or something, and then he'll be out injured again for the whole season. So at the moment, it doesn't seem like it's that's money well spent. £46, to be honest with you. Yeah, really bad knees, isn't it, FIFA? Like, he's almost a player that technically shouldn't be playing because his body is actually telling him that he's not conditioned enough. He doesn't have the right body in it. There's the right strength in his legs, the right physical conditioning to be playing football at this level. And the fact that he's having these injuries all the time. And as he gets older, that's the thing. As he gets older, it's just going to get worse, right? So he's not even 30 yet. And look at all these injuries that he's had. When he gets into his 30s, he's probably going to retire when he's like 32 or something, 33. I hope not, but yeah. I love this guy, but yeah, just a bit of caution with him. 46 games of how many games? I don't know how many he's missed, but if you think about go back here. So he joined San Jose in 2021, right? 2021. It's been at the club for basically 2 years, and he's only played 46 games in all competitions. Not talking about the MLS games here, 46 games in all competitions. So no cup, no friendlies or anything like that. 46 games. It's just in 2 years or so, 2.5 years. It's not really that good. Yeah. 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 How can I get £20 on Pooky? You can't get £20 on Pooky. You can get up to a £20 credit on Sorare. you need to sign up using the link. So when you type in Sorare into the chat, like this here, right? You then see that link, and then when you use that link to sign up to Sorare, you will get a £20 credit when you have collected your first 5 cards from auction. So you need to basically buy 5 cards of whatever value. Then once you do that, you get up to £20 credit to then go and spend to buy more cards. So it's pretty cool. But you don't get the £20 credit on Pooky. It's just on Sorare. On Pooky, you actually do get a free Pooky ball. You just need to type in again, !Pooky, because I did see you doing it. And then, yeah, you just click that link, you sign up using that link, and you'll be able to get a free Pooky ball. And then that will allow you to start playing Pooky and potentially winning a Pooky ball, which you can sell for cash. Or with that link, you can also get a discount off your first purchase in the game, and you can also get loads of in-game currency. So basically, it gives you a really good start to play the game and to start earning cash rewards on Pooky just from predicting on football games each week. Will you be on Tucci watch against Hashduk? Yeah, Tucci and Zapa. Yeah. When are those games? Are they happening tonight? I don't know when those games are happening. Okay, yeah, they're happening like now in 5 minutes time, aren't they? Okay. Yeah, cool. All right, guys, we're gonna call it a day. We're gonna call it a day, but as I mentioned, I'm gonna be back a little bit later for something completely different, and hopefully a lot of fun as well. I can't wait for it. I'm really excited for it. So I hope that you found today really cool and really useful. I've loved it. I've enjoyed talking with all you guys, as I always do. So the chat's been great. So thank you to everybody that's been, contributing to the chat, keeping the chat lively. Thank you for the subs and the follows as well. And hopefully, not only did you pick up some really cool player ideas and just ways to play the game today, but also hopefully your game week this weekend on Sorare is going to be a good one. And then we can all celebrate it by you guys then talking all about it. So, yeah, we're going to finish for now. I'll be back in a few hours. So I'll be back on at 8 p.m. UK time. Come and join me if you want to have a bit of a laugh and check out something completely different. And then we're going to be back again on Sunday, where we're going to do another watch-along stream. So we'll watch some football. We'll try to do some scouting at the same time. And we'll just discuss everything about Sorare as well. So if you're enjoying playing the game, if you're enjoying checking out the content, then don't miss it again on Sunday at 12. And of course, tonight, come and join me. If you've got no other plans and you just fancy hanging out, come and hang out with me tonight at 8 p.m. UK time. So thank you to everyone on YouTube and Twitch. For now, it's goodbye. But I'll see you in a few hours, guys. So thank you so much, and I'll catch you a bit later.